Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
they
there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican po, he's verbal abuse.
Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. The seat command wasn't working. It should be working now. Did I fix it right? Come on, fingers crossed. Let's see. Still nothing. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it goes. All right. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Happy Monday to you. Happy Monday. Let's see. Let's see. I will try to do that, Red Pen. Happy Monday. I am Recovery Addicts. Well, I hope you had a fabulous weekend, by the way. I hope your weekend was wonderful. I realize some of you going through some heavy stuff. Hopefully we can cheer you up and lighten the load that you're carrying today. We'll just push all the burden, all the work. I think has to go to Britta Aller. Britta, where are you at, Britta? There you are. Britta, I think you won chat today. By winning chat, you won the internet. Everything IP related is yours. The responsibility workload is off my shoulders and onto you. You've won before, though, and you did a great job. So we feel safe in your capable hands. Congratulations on your epic win streak. Repeat offender, by the way. Rap sheet a mile long. Thank you, Britta. Appreciate that. I was panicking just right before this. I'm trying to get everything plugged in correctly. We have a fun day today. Our trial that we're going to follow starts tomorrow. This is, for those that don't know, you might want to look into the Microsoft murder. It's out of Florida. It's exciting. It's exciting. It's straight murder. It's straight murder. None of this essay stuff that we've been going into. I look forward to the chance to sit all the way through a trial and not have to use the edit button on the audio or cut away from the screen because there's some very adult-oriented imagery up there. Anyway, so that's our goal for this next trial. That's where we're at. So that's going to be exciting, but it doesn't start till tomorrow. So today what we have, first of all, good morning. See my fan right there? Doesn't it look cool how it's actually spinning much faster than it looks. That's just a trick of the frame rate, the camera frame rate. And these lights are not flashing like they are. They're flashing much faster as well. Let's see. We had a quick one here this morning. Nana Kath's seat. Welcome. Thanks for your 3 months of support on the program. Appreciate that. And KT, also welcome to the gallery again with the Green Courthouse. Good to have you back in green. And thank you for your continued support as well, my friend. Let's see. We have a little bit. So yes. I was saying this morning we have Lori Vallow's sentencing. She was already convicted. She's found guilty. This is up in Idaho. Judge Boyce. Interesting little judge. Not a fan. I realize I'm casting my opinion out there on a very thin. Well, on a single solitary reason. I'm not a fan of his because he does not like openness in the court. He has been Court TV. First of all, they did sort of flub up this one. And we like to blame them for it. Court TV had some great cameramen who, honestly, were doing the exact same thing we just saw in the last trial last week with Darren Lopez. Close-ups, the hands, the close-ups on the eyes, the close-ups on the defendant, different angles. Court TV was doing the exact same thing, but Judge Boyce would have none of it. And when Lori Vallow and her lawyers objected to the close-ups of her, especially when she was emotional and things like that, Judge said, fine, kick him out, all of them. And because of that, it was a trial that had to be followed by audio, which Brandy Churchwell did an amazing job doing that. I think Brandy's also covering this sentencing hearing, which is just great because if you followed that over her there, you follow up with her, that's great. It doesn't matter if you're here or there. But just want to give that a heads up. We're both sort of covering the same thing today. Brandy will do it a little differently than I do, and that's great. So I was just checking. She checked in with me the other day, and I checked in with her and just let her know the schedules, what we're looking forward to. But big fan of Brandy's, so just give it a heads up if you want to follow it there. So we're going to do some court hopping because the Idaho court does not begin. I know I was talking about something else, but it'll come back to me. Idaho court does not begin until when? It doesn't begin till 9 o'clock Mountain Time, which is 2 hours later. So we have 2 hours right now. So 11 o'clock, we've got the court feed that will be coming through, you guessed it, Judge Boyce's personal YouTube channel. That's where we're looking for it. I went through the paperwork this morning looking at some of the filings on this Lori Vallow sentencing hearing, and Court TV filed and asked if they could run cameras, and it was just denied, boom, stamp, and gone. And the Standard, somebody applied and it was denied, and Eastern Idaho News applied and it was accepted. So the judge has a soft spot in his heart for Eastern Idaho. Eastern Idaho is going to be the still photographer, and they're only allowing one. So Eastern Idaho gets to be that. It's not like a huge win. It's not like a scoop. Like in the news, if you get like the story before anybody else, you can scoop the story and nobody else gets it. You like have breaking news and heard only here on XYZ channel. This is different. In a court setting, if you win the pool spot, that just means you do the work and everyone else gets the benefit. That's how it works out. So East Idaho News gets to be the still photographer of record for this trial. Ellie Veldman, thank you. Gifted a membership this morning to kick things off. I don't know who that went to. Yes, I do. It went to Carmen. Congratulations, Carmen. Comments aren't showing on screen. That is my fault. It's the first comment of each day is this one. Britta, thank you, by the way. As the person responsible for the internet, that was the proper thing to do. Let's see. Not Relevant Podcast was so funny Friday night. Fanny Pack, you are not wrong. If you missed the podcast on Friday night, this is worth going back and watching because you guys are hilarious. I was dying. I almost could not breathe with what you were posting in chat. It was hilarious. It was great. Let's see. So we have the Lori Vallow trial coming up, or the sentencing coming up. This is the Idaho trial. She has an Arizona trial pending as well, which also has the possibility of death penalty. Now, Idaho has a death penalty, but it was taken off the table because of something that the prosecution messed up and did wrong, and they were penalized in the case, and they lost the death penalty as an option as their penalty. So once she's tried in Arizona for slightly different crimes, that death penalty is probably still going to be on the table. And honestly, I think we'll have a good televised court out of there. So that might be a fun one to follow. Missy Didi Moo says, I wish camera crews would be a little less invasive for this reason. No need to be so close up constantly. I agree. This is not filming a documentary where we're trying to get the that perfect shot to capture the emotion, the raw emotion on somebody's face as they're having the worst day of their life. Right? I realize the opportunity is there. But if I were to put this in a metal detecting world, and like an analogy, it would be like metal detecting around a graveyard. It doesn't look good, right? I'm sure there's great stuff there. There's great stuff around graveyards. People visit there. They leave trinkets, jewelry, all sorts of things. But it doesn't look good to metal detect on a graveyard. It also does not look good to do extreme close-ups on defendants, victims, witnesses, anything in a court. I agree with you very, very much, Missy Didi Moo. Smoky Sky, good morning. Good to have you here. Gossip Rumor and Innuendo is here as well. Good afternoon, Gordon. Welcome. Lots of peeps here. Happy Monday to you. I probably should tell you the goatee survived the weekend. It was close, but it survived. Mostly it was a timing issue, and I had an early morning meeting, and it's just like, I don't have time to shave, so here it is. And so we might do a full other week with the goatee. I'm not sure if I can do longer than 2 weeks. Let's see. Mars House, welcome back. Says it's been a long time for me due to tragedy in my family, but here I am. I missed the chat and RI very much. Mars House, thank you for being here. I'm so sorry that you're going through that. If there's anything we can do to help you out or cheer you up, please let us know. Wonderful to have you here with us. Appreciate you. Let's see. Edith Maniac. Is that Maniac as in Maine? I like it. Edith Maniac. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you in green now. Membership has its perks, one of them being a reserved seat in the front row. You can use that by typing !seat in the chat, and we'll welcome you to the ever-increasing front row. It's huge. It's enormous. All right. Where are we at with... I didn't see any birthdays. You're saying Judge Boyce has the courtroom up already? Let me take a quick peek. Oh, there it is. Thank you. It just says Becky Hargfield right now. I think they're testing right now. But I will get it pulled up here anyway. I don't need this remote. I have like 3 remotes, and I only use one of them. But I insist on keeping all 3 of them right there. Michael, thanks for the tip on the feed. I already had it pulled up, but it was not live when I checked it this morning. Oh, there it is. Okay, so all we're getting out of the court right now is this, which is basically a Zoom to YouTube feed, and that's how we're going to be watching this hearing today. That way, the judge controls all the cameras, or at least the judge has control over the people who control the cameras. Surprised that you still have the goatee. I got some compliments about the goatee, and that made me feel better about it, because the last time I grew out a goatee, it was significantly less salty than the one I have now. There was much more pepper, and let's see, DMB. She hasn't said much. I think my youngest son, who's he's going to be turning 8 this week. My youngest son has recommended that I trim it a little closer and keep it a little narrower. And so I might do that, because, always good to follow the advice of children when it comes to styles. Let's see, Artie Bay, member for 2 months. Thanks for all who gifted memberships. I couldn't have any milestones without you, Artie. It's awesome to have you here in green again. We do have some very generous people here on the channel that are amazing. Let's see. VC says, Lori Vallow, Daybell, probable charge in Arizona is conspiracy to commit murder. Therefore, death penalty is probably not going to be on the table in Arizona. I think it's still an option. We'll have to look, because that's still going to be there. The question is, with the sentence she gets here, is Arizona going to still want to pursue it down there? If she has life in prison without parole in Idaho, is she going to be, is Arizona going to say, yeah, we're going to go to the expense to transfer her down here, have Idaho send her down here, and face trial and all of that to go through the process here for some of the same, for some of the related crimes. Samantha Terry just gifted a membership as well. Samantha, thank you so much. One of our fantastic mods this morning. That one went to Karen Dietrich. Congratulations, Karen. Christine Fortunao. Oh, wait, let me say this right. Fortunato. I said it wrong, Christine. I got your first name right, I'm pretty sure. Says, I'm new to you guys. Thank you so much, Christine. Welcome. It's good to have you here. This is a fun little community where we're pretty much friends, even though we don't always agree on everything. We have a very respectful community where we have a fun time watching true crime, talking about things, learning together. We have some incredibly smart and insightful people that located all over, not just the country, but the world, who chime in and participate in all sorts of discussion and education as I learn about the law and you learn about the law, and we learn together and we watch together how the process works. You'll find that you've got a whole bunch of friends here you didn't know you had. So Lewis Cox gifted 1 membership as well. Thank you very much, Lewis. That one went to Lexi. If you want to be included in the list of people who might receive one of those gifted memberships, make sure you type !, or just one person has to do it, but type !gifts in chat. That's gift with an S. And then it will bring up a link that allows you to enable gifts on this channel. Make sure your setting is moved to the right, like the button slid over to the right. Thank you, Ashley, for doing that for us. You only have to do it one time. Once it's set over to the right, there's the link right there. Then anytime someone gives a gift on the channel, YouTube will include you as the list of possible recipients, and you'll be eligible for that. So thank you. All right. Did anything major happen over the weekend for anybody that... Nate Eaton is great. Love him. East Idaho News, right? Jenny, that's a great recommendation. And I scrolled all the way up to the top to find that. Commands and sounds are not working. Try the sounds one more time. I think I accidentally broke them, and now I should have fixed them. Hannah Fullwood says, so grateful for this amazing community. Thank you for whoever gifted me my membership as well. Can't remember who it was. Sorry. It's
Alex stole it.
Alex stole it. There we go. They're nice and loud, too. Thank you, Hannah. Congratulations on the blue courthouse.
About stuff that is not relevant.
The
Are
sound.
we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
The sounds appear to be working now. Thanks for letting me know. It was I had the mute button set on my side. Maggie Carr gifted a membership as well. Maggie, you've got a yellow courthouse. When did that happen? That I don't remember your name having the yellow but next to it. Did that just happen? That is awesome. Thank you so much. Carler was gifted a membership by Maggie. Thank you. Congratulations, Carler. Crob, good morning. Happy Monday to you. Jane Deer Girl. Last weekend, my 12-year-old professed Jesus as her Savior. We are so blessed. That is awesome. 12-year-old, awesome. I tell you, I had I had an amazing experience over the weekend. Talking with Sarah, who is the owner or the channel owner of Homestead to Hardware. And it's a channel I just shared a little bit with you guys the other day. They're just barely starting. I mean, she has an amazing homestead with cows and ducks and geese and goats and she's got a couple kids. She's a foster parent, so she's got a couple kids that the kids can't appear on the channel, obviously, but they want to help in the background. So that one of them just wants to learn how to run every button that I have here on my computer and run something like that. But she also has a hardware store that's focused on homesteaders, on people that want to grow their own garden and have be independently sustainable or raise chickens and things like that. So she has this amazing hardware store, just family owned, the most service oriented hardware store I've ever seen. And if you have never experienced Southern hospitality in your life, you walk into this hardware store and they treat you like a family member that's been long lost that they've been waiting for. Just the nicest, most amazing, most caring people I've ever seen. We are working on getting a live stream set up for them from that hardware store. I will be actually pushing that live stream out on their channel on the 12th of August. So in two weeks from Saturday. We're going to do that, and it's going to be a live stream from a hardware store, and just people walking in with a strange part and request, and asking for tips on how to restore an antique thing, and what do you have this piece for my crock pot and everything. It's just going to be fun. Sarah is so much fun to watch. She's very she just has a great energy that she carries on camera with her. And so we're going to give it a try. We're just going to go live from the hardware store, and we'll film it for a couple hours and see how it goes. So I'm excited. We do want to get her some views as well. She has such an amazing outlook on life and everything else. She won't tell you, but I had a friend who was buying something for the VFW Post, and he went to her hardware store and bought all this. He came with the checkbook from the Post, right? He's the treasurer guy. He comes in. Sarah finds out that that's what it's for, and she says, well, we'd like to donate all this to you guys. She just unsolicited, she's like, we support you, we want to help you guys out, and she's they're that sort of people, and she'll never say it, she'll never come out and just admit it, but just incredible. Am I way too loud? Test 1 2. Dusty Den, what's way too loud? The comments or the sounds? We'll turn them down just a little bit. Oh, wow, they are. Wow. Sorry, my son was playing Minecraft on here, and that's the setting he left it on. All right, anyway, so that's going to be exciting. You'll hear me talk a little bit more about that channel as we're working on that. But it's Homestead to Hardware, and we're getting her set up. I'll turn them down. Sorry about that, Christy. Okay, send her some love. Just subscribe. Thank you, Michelle Phillips. It's awesome. She's here in North Carolina, little town of Aden. what I love is she moves here and saw that the town was struggling, like downtown is struggling, and it's a small town that got bypassed by a big road. It's basically the Lightning McQueen story, if you're familiar with the Disney movie. It's a small town that a big road came by, and it lost its prominence in the thoroughfare, and downtown just sort of fell into disrepair, and businesses faded away, and the town itself is growing. There's a demand for residential, but business-wise, it was suffering. She came in and she bought an old building, completely gutted it, fixed it. They're so expensive to do this. For those that have ever tried this, bought an old building, completely fixed it up, brought it up, dumped tons of her own hard-earned money into this to set up a store in an area where she provides just regular, good old-fashioned service in the days of Amazon. So she has the world as against her and her store, but she's doing it the right way, and I think you guys will fall in love with her channel when you start watching that. Anyway, let's see. Back to court. Thank you, Dusty Dan. I appreciate the heads up. How are 1,000 y'all awake already? Seriously, Cachette. What did everyone do over the weekend that made you want to wake up this early this morning on a Monday? Hopefully, you've got great stuff happening this week. I know we do. We have some incredible court that we're going to be following. It's going to be great. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Let's see. We are starting a new trial tomorrow, the Microsoft murder trial. The Microsoft executive this is like straight. It's a straight murder trial. I don't know how else to describe this. Just plain old boring murder. But it's a whodunit. Right? There's elements of whodunit. I haven't got into the evidence to see exactly how strong it is against this guy, but it is a relationship. It's tied to a relationship, but it's the former husband and the estranged husband of a single lady. Those two men, one is the victim and one is the defendant, and it was a setup. I mean, it's like you'll wait till you hear about this. The tire in the road that in the middle of the night he had to stop to move the tire so he could drive by, and that's where the shooting took place. A child was in the car at the time. A 2-year-old child was in the car. It's there's a lot to this one, and we'll get into all that. But that starts tomorrow. Let's see. She mostly had cows when I went and followed, subscribed. She has the most amazing cows. Are they Brahma? The ones with look like that somewhere in their ancestry, one of their, predecessors dallied with a camel. That's all I can say. They've got the big bump on their back, the big hump. Kim saying, hydrate. I have water. I have cold water. I don't have any mugs to put it in, but I can drink straight from the bottle like a heathen. This one seems to be defective. It has a hole in it.
I'm not a camel.
There, I should be good for a little while. Whew. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Plants are my jam, says Toxic Orchid. Toxic, over there on Discord, so close to 2,000 members. I believe the kid did survive. Whose kid was it? The victims. Is Vallow already sent it? Ed, that's going to happen today. Glug, glug. That was me. That's Adriel. I saw what you said. I think I understood right. I was absent, but I used my Aria mug every day. Mars House, that's awesome. That is too much water all at once. No. It's the perfect amount of water. Lauren, thanks for your concern. I'll be all right. I will tell you, last night, it was like 65 degrees outside. Woke up this morning, and all my kids were like wrapped up in their blankets because we had the fan blowing from the windows to just cool off the house. As we're getting the AC fixed, it's happening this week. And which is perfectly appropriate because it's cooling off. That's generally when you fix the AC after you don't need it anymore. Kim Newton just gifted a membership. It went to Christy G. Congratulations, Christy. Thank you, Kim. Let's see where we're at. Okay, hooray for AC fixing. I'm a big fan. Big fan, you get it? I'm a big fan. Sorry, it's a little soon for dad jokes. Okay, we are watching right now to see if we have a couple court cases we could bring in or jump into. Let's see, we have that one's done. Okay, here's one we have not watched before. Judge Jason Elmore's personal meeting room in Wexford and Misaki Circuit Court. It sounds like a Wisconsin, Milwaukee type area. Is that? Let's see. Let's bring these guys up and see what we got.
Okay. So we'll underneath the notes say
is the
terminated from sobriety court.
Is the microphone on her keyboard?
But successfully completed probation. Correct. Any objection, Mr. Harrison?
Okay, we can't watch this one. That's just the typing is too
Anything
loud.
else, Mr. Wiggins?
That is all I have.
Mr. Harrison, any amendments, corrections, objections to make as to?
Okay, that audio is just awful. Cannot do that. Red Pen just gifted a membership. Congratulations goes out to, wait for it. Alice Anderson, congratulations. YouTube chose you as the recipient for Red Pen's Recovery Addict membership gift. Thank you. Samantha, thanks for linking the Hardware to Homestead YouTube channel. I can't wait. I can't wait for those of you, if you're interested. First of all, don't subscribe if you don't like it. I don't want you to have your feed filled up with things you don't want to watch. So if you're not interested in somebody just trying to start a farm and grow a garden and grow hay and mow it, and, barns, everything farm related, homestead related, starting and just being self-sustained, then, but by all means, don't subscribe. But if that is something that would interest you, if you'd like to watch some of the funniest, cutest cows on the earth, and homestead hardware store related stuff, and just one of the best, most wholesome families I've ever met, do like that channel, subscribe there. We're gonna have some good stuff out there. And in 2 weeks, I'll be running the live stream. I might even be on camera a little bit, but we'll be running the live stream from the hardware store. It'll be fun. Let's see. When is Daybell trial? Danielle, this is a great question. Chad's trial is currently slated for April of next year. April. I know it's way out there. Same judge, Judge Boyce. So we might have the same issues with cameras covering the court. But he does have death penalty on the table, if I remember correctly. That's still an option for him. Alice says, I got a gift. How amazing. Thank you so much. I'm obsessed. That's awesome. Alice, that's wonderful. So Chad Daybell is coming up next year. He's got probably 8 months or so. Maybe a little less. Yes, for April Fool's Day. I think it's like April 4th or something like that, I thought. I think it might be April Fool's Day, but it's early in April. I love the hardware store. I love plants. It's a great idea. Looking forward to it. Tam, wonderful. I can't wait to hear from you guys what you like about the channel, because I want to relay that to her, because I'm sort of being used as a consultant for her, and I'm giving her my experience with YouTube and mostly the technology side, but what people want to watch and what they want to see, that's different. And we joke about recipes on the podcast. She has people come in all the time that are talking about plants and what they grow and recipes and how to cook it. So she has a little bit of that. She's like, hey, this is how to cook from your garden, things like that. But really neat. Let me know. I'll pass on any insights that you guys have. Chad team wants cameras in the courtroom, so we'll see. Yeah, but the judge hates court TV. He really does. Just the fact that he just denied. Court TV actually submitted a request saying, hey, we'd like to broadcast, but they forgot to check the box. And the judge denied because you forgot to check the box. And then they submitted the box saying, we'd like to film and broadcast. He's like, denied. It's just no explanation. Sarah says, Recovered Addict, what ended happening with last week's court? I was camping and missed the end. Fill me in, please. Sarah, it's a secret. We can't go back and tell you what. No, just kidding. Does anyone want to spill the beans for Sarah, how court ended last week with the Darren Lopez trial? I'll tell you. It was a guilty verdict. It was unanimous. There were several hours of deliberations because after the guilty verdict, it immediately led into the sentencing phase of the trial, which has another testimony, like a evidence portion. So people get sworn back in, they start asking questions, and it looks like trials begin again, but it's just for the evidence, or it's just for the sentencing portion. So that went fairly quickly. I think we had maybe 5, 6 witnesses that were fairly fast. Then yes, look at the shorts. We'll do that in just a second, Cachette. But the jury came back and found him guilty and sentenced him to, well, he was found guilty. The jury came back and sentenced him to 62 years in prison. Now, he does have the opportunity for parole, so after 31 years, he'll be eligible for parole, and it's possible the parole board could change their rules and it would be handled differently. That's up to them. It's completely in the parole board's hands, but generally it means 31 years at least in prison for this. It ended like this, yes. Cachette says, look at the shorts. The shorts do have this wrap-up, the ending, because we watched all day, remember, for those that were here, we watched that little red button on the wall, waiting for the jury to flip the light and say they've made a decision. They had a few questions. They said, what happens if we can't decide, if we can't, find a middle ground and all agree? But during the podcast, right at the beginning of the podcast, the jury came back with the verdict, and we watched that during the podcast as well. So Cachette has put that together in a little short for the channel. Cachette's building the shorts on this channel and the short videos. So take a look at some of those. Those are they really boil it down to some of the highlights, and she does a great job. Let's see. Joan says, it must be a guy thing to be able to guzzle water like that. I don't know any ladies that can guzzle a whole bottle of water like that. I'm a sipper. I'd like to be efficient in my time, and if I'm drinking, I do it quickly. The faces were hysterical. I was surprised. We were both surprised. Okay, the red button watching, only on Recovery Addicts would we do that. It was neat to see that. So many courts, we know that's how the system works, right? The judge is, or the bailiff is watching an indicator, a switch that's flipped on the inside that says, hey, attention, we need your help, bailiff. And we've never been able to see it like this before, and it was really neat to do that. Okay. Let's see. That one we're waiting for. Okay. We're shocked at how many years Darren was sentenced to. I was also surprised. A couple of you, Ivan for one, he's like, this is going down. He's getting the hammer. But let's see. All right. I fell asleep watching the button. Did you dream about the button? There will be cameras for today's sentencing. Right now, everyone is just waiting outside the courthouse. I know that because Law and Crime is showing the outside. They've got like a cell phone or what. No, it looks like an actual tripod camera setup, just showing a line of people. Probably more than will fit in the courtroom. A lot of them are press. A lot of them are court watchers, people with chairs. Tons of people. But thank you for your support, Toxic. Let's see. Ivan was right. Hashtag Ivan was right. That's one we don't see often. Ivan, no, just kidding. You were right. Good call on this one. As always, I reserve the right to be wrong when I come out with an opinion. Okay, in case you missed the short of RA with Weather Watch, hilarious reaction. There it is. That's the link. You can also just go to the channel here and click on Shorts. Instead of you've got live, you've got videos. Shorts is one of the tabs. You click on that and you'll see that. We are going to see if we Judge Simpson's on. Give me just a second, Ashley. That's a great suggestion. I have to pull it in from a different feed. Oh, we've got Jeffrey Middleton. Here's a fun one. Let's take this really quickly.
Judgment.
I like this guy as well.
All right.
Great ponytail.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. That was our first thing actually to go on the record. I had a very, very brief thing right at 8:15. I have a pretrial at 10, and I have a number of criminal matters that are going to start at 10:30, including one where we're going to need an interpreter. So starting about 10:30, we're going to get quite busy. But there's no sense leaving the live feed on for 21 minutes.
I love that he talks to us. Okay.
I'll turn it back on at 10. and then we will segue into the rest of our day. So I hope everybody's having a good day. It is nice to be on vacation. It's also nice to get back. Judge Pattison, I think, is happy that I'm back, so he doesn't have to put out all the fires himself. But I think things went pretty smooth.
And he cut the feed. Okay, so we might be able to watch a little bit of him as we're waiting for the Lori sentencing to come on. Oh no, DMB says he missed my 7-month membership message a while back. Was that this morning? DMB, hang on 1 second. Let's see if I can scroll up to it. I can't scroll at all. Let's see. DMB. Let's see, red pen. No. DMB, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I cannot find it. Retype it. I'll read it as if it's a 7-month membership message. Glad to be here, says Andrew C. I'm glad you're here as well. Would not be the same without you. Thank you very much. Watched the Darren Lopez trial over the weekend. Wow, I was embarrassed watching it on my own. I had several abrasive shots. Yeah, with bleach, you know. Lisa, that was a rough one. There was some content in there that just a sailor would blush. I don't think I recall how court ended last week. Amber. Just sent 2 pictures to the burner phone. Oh, it's in my pocket. That would help if I actually plugged it in, huh? Let's see. From the podcast Friday. Let me take a look at the pictures. Let's see. It's basically me doing the Home Alone the type thing. That's a great picture. Thanks, Nikki, for that. Okay, here we go. So we have Andrew had a 3-month membership message. Thank you very much. Lewis Cox, 4 months. Love this chat. Thank you, Lewis. Love that you're here. Appreciate you very much. And Katrina, also with a 7-month message, just like DMB, who I missed. Ooh, 7 months. All right, please read this out loud. Poop emoji. Thank you very much, Katrina. Oh, man. Oh, that's a great idea. Who did the Alice? This is a fantastic idea. And Kim, I'll do this. Hold tight just 1 second. It takes just a second. Carla, a member for 3 months. Congratulations. Love the pooches there in the picture there. They look like they're just chilling. Kick back, taking it easy. This was literally, these emojis were made from my face during that trial. I was blown away. It was crazy. Okay, let's see where we're at. I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to find everything. Which cases are live today? Celebrate Life. First of all, Lori Vallow. It's known as a couple different things. She was. She's the. There was like a cult, a very interesting cult, and it's been associated with a specific church, but it definitely is not that church. But this cult mom ended up having her kids killed, or participated in the killing of her kids, 2 of her kids. And they're the ones that are featured on the thumbnail, and then ran off to Hawaii with her boyfriend to live the good life while she's still claiming Social Security checks from the kids. And it's crazy, it's twisted, it's weird, it's crazy. That's all it is. It's really crazy. She's getting sentenced. She's been found guilty. Some camped out in the tent to get in the courtroom. I saw that on Idaho News. Yeah, there's lots of lawn chairs, lots of tents, probably a lot of bug spray, honestly, because in the evenings up in Idaho, you get mosquitoes. The recipe names in chat on Friday night had me laughing to death. Cachette, I wonder if we could do a long form short from that. Just the recipe portion, or just the highlights from some of that. That was so good. Okay, if more people reserved that right, this world would be such a better place. Thank you. I am wrong frequently. I really am. Yeah, Ponytail Judge is great. He is fantastic. We'll watch for him. I haven't seen Judge Cedric on yet. Let me look again and see if he's up. But we're going to do some court hopping this morning. For those that were asking, we're going to do some court hopping between some of the other trials, because it's about an hour and 15 minutes before Lori's live feed is going to come on. Rockin' Dawkins, South Carolina, good to have you here. This is slow but hectic at the same time. Let's see. Future says, if you should see if you could find the donut thief from Judge Simpson's court last week. The attorney was so awesome, and the defendant and Simpson couldn't keep from laughing. I will look for that. I think you sent that to me already, and I did not look. I'll need to search for it. Let's see. Skunk and Bacon, only 30 minutes left until you get home to Santa Fe. Drive safe. And an idea when the sentences will start. Linda, it's going to start at 11 my time, or 9 o'clock their time. There probably will be victim impact statements, which will be probably pretty tough. This was a broken family or a mixed family. There are lots of relatives and things that want to speak in this case, and there's probably going to be some harsh words spoken. It'll be interesting. There will be sound. There will be sound. I got my fingers crossed as I say that. Not because I'm lying, but because I'm really hoping. The cookbook recipe names, totally forgot about that. Pretty sure I wiped my memory of everything Friday with how rough it was for me, but y'all are jogging my memory. Amber, yeah, it was a fun one. Worth going back and watching. Let's see, Wallflowers here, lurking as usual. That's wonderful. Thanks for lurking. DMB, I missed your comment. Can you tag me in it, your 7-month comment, and just retype it? It's Lois, not Lewis. Lois at Lois Cox. I apologize. Thank you, Edith, for the correction. I will try to remember that. That's a tough name for me. I don't know why. I read it and I don't know which one I'm supposed to say. Lois. Oh, I was going to make... Thank you. Okay, I need to take this off the screen. You reminded me to turn chat back on in just a second. Let's make this quick command for Homestead. Chatbot commands. Oops, not that one. Go back. Okay.
Squirrel!
Why did it not work? Okay, there's a copy. Okay. We're going to call this one. Need to type on the right keyboard here. It's going to be called Homestead. You know what? It's going to take me a little bit to do this because I have to get the link because I don't have the link ready myself. Let's see. I've got it halfway set up. We'll get there. What's the name of the trial today, Alice? It's going to be Law and Crime calls it the Doomsday Cult Mom, but it's Idaho versus Lori Vallow Daybell, and it's just the sentencing. Are there any courts in North Carolina that have live courts? Trina, I'm trying to have my local court have a live court. I've been working with the court clerk here, talking with them, trying to live stream some stuff, and they're hesitant to do it, but the law is set up that I should be able to. I shouldn't have to fight and prove the right, prove that I should be allowed. They have to prove that I shouldn't be allowed. But it's a slow process. They tell me that they're going to call me and do things, and then they don't. But the problem is every court in North Carolina, at least in the county I'm in, the judge makes the ruling every time about the camera. So I have to apply every single trial to the judge to see if I can have a camera in there. Say it 7 times in succession, you'll remember. Lois Cox, Lois Cox, Lois Cox, Lois Cox, Lois Cox, Lois Cox, Lois Cox. Trick I learned when auditing and trying to remember names. Lois Cox. I've got it. It's there now. Okay, trying to get to the court hopping. got Judge Washington, Judge Jason Elmore. Cynthia Ward, Kenneth King. Lots of judges on. Lenice Bryant.
Is that correct?
Just none that I'm super familiar with. Let's try this one here.
Bien, que si se va a solicitar el retiro de los cargos, que por favor
Go to Spanish translator.
se pueda hacer cuando ya tengan el intérprete disponible.
Pre-trial adjourned on August 21st, 2023 at 10 a.m. I'm sorry, 9 a.m.
El caso se pospone para la fecha del 23 de agosto de 2023 a las 9 en punto.
Bond is continued.
I beg your pardon?
Bond is continued.
Oh, caso descontinuado.
Miss Laura, they are going to, a new attorney will reach out to you before your next court date.
Señora, un nuevo abogado sería quien esté contactando antes de la próxima fecha de juicio.
You're all set, ma'am. Have a good day.
Eso sería todo. Que tenga buen día.
Gracias.
Right, and I'll try to do the new hoodie design
Thank you
in
for your
black.
service today, Amelia.
My pleasure, Your Honor. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Prisoner Services. Have a good day.
You too. Ypsilanti Township versus Mikal Hunt, case number 23T00418.
Paul Barnett on behalf of the township.
Assistant Public Defender Davy Lebo for Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, could you please state your name?
Michael Hunt.
Good morning, Mr. Michael Hunt.
Little
We're
of
here for a bond violation as
California
well
is
as pretrial.
strict.
Your Honor, I did not receive the bond violation in this matter, so if I could have just one moment to look that up.
Okay, we're going to cut from this one here. He seems surprised that it's a bond violation. Let's see. Let's go right here. Little Love, just for a minute, let me answer this question for you. Do you know why they don't have live stream court in California? The courts in California are extremely strict, and you have to get permission for every single day. And there's a lot of paperwork. It can be done. It's just difficult, and so it's not. We don't see a lot. Like Florida, Florida's a sunshine state. They're like, sure, come on in, cameras welcome. But anyway, yeah, that was a Monday morning, Judge. We're looking for something a little more lively. So if anybody has one of the live ones that you're watching pulled up, let me know. DM me. Fine. We can jump back to that one. I was just going to look for something that was a little livelier. I'll look over here on this one. Let's see.
Please state your name, Mr. Williams.
Charles Williams.
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning.
All right, we're here for a pretrial.
Pretrial.
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Williams actually pled guilty as charged on our last pretrial, and he's here for sentencing. We had agreed to non-reporting probation, but we just reserved the state in case there was any impact statement, and we don't have it.
And that's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right. I got to take the 2 out. I said defendant 2 plea discharge, but then I did write sentencing, so I should have recognized that the 2 shouldn't be there. All right. So he pled his charge with no enhancements, and he can have non-reporting probation with any available in-jail programming, is what my notes indicated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to say on behalf of your client regarding sentencing? I guess we did not do a PSI on this one.
That appears correct, Your Honor, and I have nothing to add.
All right. Thank you. Ms. McDuffie?
Your Honor, nothing from the people. Mr. Williams still has a pending, another pending felony matter that has been bound over. He has a pretrial on August 2nd. We expect that he's going to be in for quite some time on another case, which is why I agreed to this sort of arrangement for him.
Eileen, isn't that a rape trial? I was trying to steer away from
Is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing?
from essay-related trials.
No, ma'am.
How much credit does he have at this time? Can anyone tell me, please?
Tracy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. Make sure you take a seat. We're just going to court hop a little bit until Doomsday comes on. We've got about an hour and 5 minutes.
Hopefully, Mr. Woodcock can get to a faster ex-jail if you not like to cooperate for me.
I had the
I'm
silent
having
G.
the same issue, unfortunately, as Ms. McDuffie.
Sir, how long have you been in custody?
I've been in custody since March 12th.
I was going to say, it looks like here you were arraigned on March 13th. So he's got 93 days credit time served, is essentially what that boils down to, Ms. McDuffie.
But, and he was arraigned on this case when you were on?
March 13th. He was arraigned on March 13th. And his bond was set at that time. Well, here's the thing. His bond was set at PR on that date. But then he came back on June the 15th. I'm sorry, June 5th. And that's when we gave him the 1,010% bond. But he's still...
I'm going to crank the audio just a little bit.
He's been in that entire time.
That was my thought. I knew that when I agreed to that, he had some amount of time with bond attached to it. So really, it was just my request for him to be under that so that he can get some programming while he's sitting. Because I think he's just on bond for the other matter. So I just essentially wanted him to get MRT or whatever he can possibly get in under this case.
But give me a moment to figure out how many days from June 5th to now, how much credit he has. So we have 31.
Hey, Justice Obsessed. Which one is that?
So he's got 56 days. Yes. 93 days, Washington County Jail. 56 days credit. Balance is to be served.
Kevin, Darren Lopez got 62
to complete
years.
MRT. In jail. Program. $125 victims' rights.
Is that correct?
And state minimum fee. All other fines and costs waived.
I'm trying to remember her name. What that judge's name was.
Indigency. You have any questions about that, sir?
Yes, I did. I'm not sure what it meant.
Which part? The MRT, the fines and costs waived, the $125 victim impact, and state minimum fees. Those are the minimum fees we have to impose.
The 53 days.
Oh, so you have 53 days that you've already done. My understanding is you're going to be in custody for a while anyway, right?
Yes.
So I gave you 93 days total. You already have credit for 53 days. So then you just need to finish your balance. And while you're there, you can get into the MRT program in the jail there. So you're not just sitting there. Okay.
Okay. If something were to happen to where I was, just say, released, if they released me to probation on Wednesday, I could pay $93 and get out. I could pay $125 and be released on bond.
No, you cannot, sir. You've been sentenced. If something were to happen where you need to get out of the jail, then you have to petition the court for an early release to be able to get out.
I just want to make sure.
Okay.
He wants out
All right.
earlier.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
I know they said thank you.
All right. Thank you.
This court feels like it's Monday
State
morning.
of Michigan versus Robert Parham, case number 21-00409.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Where's Robert? Oh, there
Good
he is.
morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kiriakin-Rulli on behalf of Mr. Robert Parham. Mr. Parham, can you get unmuted and state your name for the record?
Bueller?
Whoever's there at the
Bueller?
MDLC, would you please unmute him again?
James and Cynthia will be on Wednesday, Ashley. That's this week. With Judge Cedric.
It's on your end.
It's not, sir, as I said before. All right.
It's not. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. They unmuted you.
So am I muted on this end or on that end?
Oh, gosh. All right.
She's like, oh,
The
God.
court will call the case. I already called the case. Mr. Parham, please state your name.
Robert Parham.
Thank you.
No problem.
And APA Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kiriakin-Rulli on behalf of Mr. Robert Parham. Your Honor, we're here for a pretrial today on Mr. Parham's case. I know the last time we were here, we did adjourn it. We will be asking for another adjournment today. I wanted to confirm from Ms. McDuffie that the offer is a dismissal of this case upon resolution of the felony matter. Is that correct?
There is no offer. Mr. Parham previously had an offer extended prior to him waiting to exam, which was a dismissal of this case with a plea on the other, I think, felony count was charged. Mr. Parham, it appears, rejected that offer and decided to proceed with the exam, which was held. He was bound over on it. He has a new offer on his felony case, which is a reduction to controlled substance use. I'm not sure what the contraband charge status is on that case. So at this point, essentially, that case actually has nothing to do with this one. So this one stands alone.
Okay. So, Judge, we would be asking again for an adjournment. I didn't know that the offer was taken off the table, so I wasn't able to discuss that with Mr. Parham. Okay, so we need an adjournment, Your Honor, so we can come up with some type of resolution in this matter. I know that he does have probable cause or another date in his felony matter in second week of August. We weren't sure of the date, either the 14th or the 7th.
August 7th. And just to be clear, that was never my offer. That was an offer by the felony APA to dismiss this case contingent on him not holding the exam, I believe. So that's not something that I did.
Lori Vallow case starts in an hour. We're just waiting here.
See,
We're
well,
killing
none
time.
of this stuff made clear to me. I barely even get a chance to even talk to her because I'm just as I'm confused. I've never been as confused during the court process in my life.
And Judge, one of the issues, not necessarily the issue, but I should just note that my office is not representing him on that felony matter. So any offers that were extended to the private counsel probably just did not, the notes here just indicated that there would have been a dismissal of this matter based on that. So.
All right, so he has two different attorneys.
That's correct, Your Honor. And I was included in the initial email for First APA Ganatra, who extended that offer to Ms. Parham, who's his attorney on the other case, and she never responded to either one of us, and they went ahead with the exam. So,
and I don't think I can't speak for anyone else in my office, but I personally was not included in that email. So,
me neither. I ain't know about it either.
So, Judge, we would just be requesting an adjournment. I would need to figure out how to contact. Well, we're just with Ms. McDuffie now, so we need to come to some type of resolution on how we can resolve this case.
Maybe the parties need to speak with Mr. Ganatra about the fact that he was not aware or potentially not aware of the offer. I don't know if that might change things, but anyway. I can put this either over to August 14th or August 21st. I'm not sure what date you sent by the middle of August.
The pretrial with Judge Slay is going to be on August 7th. So, Mr. Carey, I can really, it seems like it's a little bit difficult to get in touch with Mr. Parham, so I don't know how much time you need to touch base with him. I'll defer to you.
August 21st, Ms. Akira. You made it yourself.
That is fine, Judge.
August 21st, 2023 at 9 a.m. Bond is continuing.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. You're all set, Mr. Parham. On August 21st, you might want to talk to your felony attorney about that potential missed opportunity.
Like how do I, because a lot of times I don't even get to talk to her. Like the last time it was like, I come on and then we in the Zoom and she don't put me in a private meeting how she just did. It's like, we don't really get the chance to, discuss the terms or anything.
This is the male version.
So I know it's getting adjourned and the hearing is over. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I don't, but I can try. I feel like I get in trouble if I'm in a Zoom and I say, can I talk to you? And you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, maybe you should just get in trouble because it sounds like you really need to go to know what's going on. Seriously.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
B Crumbs gifted a membership that went to Karen Farron. And Samantha Terry gifted a membership, and that one went to Keep Guessing. Keep Guessing. Look at this. We just barely said, hang in there. And Samantha Terry said, keep your fingers crossed. And then she was able to gift you a membership, almost as if it was intentional. That is awesome. Yay for the new members.
We are getting ready to do it in person, the Scott Williams matter. Just so
okay. Your Honor, before we set up for that, I see Mr. Stevenson on, and I saw he was on the docket. He was up last week, and we adjourned his case out to August, I believe, 14th. I think it's just not reflected in JIF, but we had to adjourn his case because he had a motion hearing set for August 10th and 14A2.
Right, let's check.
It was set for today. We were supposed to turn my phone back on today.
What's his phone turned back on?
The other judge didn't cut my phone off. He blocked the number, Your Honor.
And I think he is correct, Your Honor. The last time we were here, he had made a request to the court to reinstate his phone.
It's like Kerry, I have not called this case.
I am so sorry, Judge.
Whoops. Wait for the judge.
Was there a step to adjourn as I recall it?
There was not, Your Honor. So we were on the record. We discussed, we were getting ready to do his sentencing for his contempt plea that he had previously entered. Mr. Perry-Yakin indicated that Andrew Meyer, who's his attorney in 14A2, submitted a motion requesting that he be released to treatment. And there was an additional request that we dismiss his pending matter in this court to allow that to happen, although he still has another pending felony anyway. So we dismissed his. We had a final settlement. Mr. Stevenson, if you can't let me finish talking, it'll go a lot better for you. So we dismissed his matter at the last pretrial with respect to the final settlement, and Mr. Carriac really indicated that motion hearing was held on August. It was going to be scheduled for August 10th. So we adjourned it to August 14th because we can't sentence him on the contempt because he was going to get a probation sentence until we know whether he's going to be allowed to be released treatment in the other case. All throughout that hearing, he was asking to get his phone turned back on. He was never told that was going to happen, but he was making that request.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out whether or not this is supposed to be on today or not.
It is not. We adjourned to August 14th.
How did we do that? It's still my same question because my notes say today.
I have it on the, we had it on the record because the motion hearing was scheduled for August 10th. So I have adjourned to August 14th for the outcome of that motion hearing.
I have July 31st in my notes.
I mean, the motion hearing, that was defense's request. So if they don't feel like they need to wait for that, that's fine.
I have a couple of dates in here, actually. I have August 14th at 10. And then I have the phone issued today for July 31st. That's what I have. I have 2 different days.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, he's going to get another charge here if he's not careful.
I'm going to put that back over there to call it, and then we'll go back to the case we were calling in person.
Britta just gifted a membership. That one went to Kelly Evans. Congratulations. Thank you, Britta. And Karen gifted a membership, and that one went to Nana. Welcome, RX Girl. Good to have you here in the gallery again. Love the green courthouse. We have new gear. We have new merchandise with the courthouses on it. If you type !uniform in chat, it'll link you to the new gear. We're making some more variations. I think I'm going to try to get the hoodie in black as well. But it's one of those, if you know, things. It says !seat in the front on the pocket area. And on the back it says Recovery Addict and has all the courthouses with the color scheme and the order.
All right, the court will call the case of the State of Michigan versus Jamila Scott Williams, case number 14S00540.
Good morning, Tom Pietrowski. P40021 on behalf of Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, would you identify yourself, please, by stating your name?
Jamila Scott Williams. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
This is in person.
Hey, Rachel McDuffie for the people.
All right, we're here for our sentencing today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report with your client? Are there any corrections, deletions, or additions to be made to it?
Your Honor, with regard to the pre-sentence report, I have had a chance to review it with my client. With regard to the additions, corrections, or deletions, there are no deletions. Perhaps some additional information might be provided. She is now fully employed at the Milan market. She works approximately 32 hours a week. I don't think that's included in the recommendation. As well as she is now enrolled or enlisted. It's called the Ketamine Institute. It's out of Monroe. They are addressing via infusions her pain, drug abuse, and anxiety. She started that a couple of weeks ago. That is a 1.5-month long program, and she is paying for that out of her own pocket. It's approximately $3,500.
It's called the what Institute?
The Ketamine Institute.
Michelle Harris appears to be driving or in a vehicle that's moving, and that's a pet peeve of most judges. So if that case gets called and she's behind the wheel,
does it address, I mean, I'm seeing a number of substances here. Does it address all those substances or just the one? Your Honor.
I understand she's recently tested twice in the month of July, both negative. I also don't understand, before I got involved, there was a little bit of, I don't know, miscommunication or non-communication or whatever the case may be, where she had a series of missed tests. I know initially, way back when this case originated back in 14, she was addressing a illness in her daughter. Her daughter passed. She went into a funk. That doesn't excuse anything that happened more recently, but it explains perhaps what happened way back in 14 and 15. But more modernly, she is testing negative, both in July, except for what I understand, she's on several medications that she has provided probation with a copy of her prescription.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a Judge
With
Boyd,
regard to
Stephanie
the
Boyd is back.
recommendation,
The vase, the flowers.
it is difficult because unlike most cases, this case is kind of ancient. It's almost 10 years old. And as the probation department says, due to the fact that this case occurred almost 10 years ago, the probation understands that the defendant may be not in the same place in life that she was when this offense occurred. I still think it'd behoove my client to be placed on probation. I think the recommendation is a fair one. I would ask the court to sentence per the recommendation.
Okay, so they're going to
Ms.
send
Johnson, are you present? Or is anyone?
We're going to go here. We're going to make a jump. Flower purse judge. There she is. She's got the flowers and the purse ready to go. We should have audio. Just listen here.
All right, who's here on Rudolph Montoya? I see I finally have something without the block letters. Thank you.
Absolutely, Judge.
Cough hiccup. We're just waiting for Lori Vallow's trial or sentencing hearing to start. It's about 45 minutes. People are still filing into the courthouse up there. Most likely people who are going to be speaking, victims. But as we wait for that to begin, we're following, we're sort of court hopping.
Okay.
So Judge Stephanie Boyd, yes, her court came live, and we like watching some of her stuff.
Stay.
This is live, so we're going to watch that for a minute
On
until we
Rudolph Montoya, I think this is family violence.
get to jump to Lori.
All right, so on this motion with regards to GPS, are you all saying that it's to be tracking only, or is it partial for work?
So my understanding from talking to Mr. Gross is that the defendant has employment purposes, having a curfew because of flight times and stuff. And so I said we could do tracking so long as he lets pretrial know exactly where he's going. Because I don't know if, I think the partial was causing issues.
Okay, the only problem?
Yeah.
Is that's not what this motion says.
Okay.
It says the defendant's curfew hours of partial GPS are hereby modified to tracking to allow the defendant to maintain employment. So that means it's just tracking only.
Okay.
Now, if you all want to put in here, because I don't know what y'all agreeing here to, if you want to say partial GPS for working, and I always tell the pretrial services officer that if their working is outside the curfew hours and they provide proof, hey, I was at work, then that's fine with the court. So is that what you all are trying to do? Or all right, who is this pretrial service officer? Let's see if we can find out, and we can zoom them in so we can let them know what.
Well, they know about it. They're the ones that asked us to do this. They said, look, you've got curfew, and the problem is your curfew will apply if you're in another time zone.
All right.
Or if the flight extends.
Caroline, could you have Jonathan Tatlow zoom in?
Is he from pretrial?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you said Jonathan Tatlow?
Yes, Tatlow. Do you need his number or anything?
No, I can look him up.
All right, thank you. So we'll have them zoom in so they'll know specifically what's being asked. And there won't be any confusion. Because otherwise, when I do this, they're going to send it back and say, well, what does it mean? So just give us a moment. Once they zoom in here, we'll clear everything up.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, you're welcome. Hey, Mr. Gross, this will be your last time here for this because we're going to take care of it.
It's a big drink. I had a great weekend, Dodie. Thank you very much. Super excited about this week. Both Lori Vallow, obviously that's an interesting case that we want to see the result from, and then the Microsoft executive murder trial that starts tomorrow. We're excited to follow that one here. So it's a good old whodunit trial, just straight murder. None of this adult content that we have to keep muting.
Buried under there.
Then
who's here on Enrique Mendez?
This is not relevant, but I got my very first egg from my chickens today.
All right, and where is Mr. Mendez? Come forward.
So I guess that answers the question. The chicken comes first, and then the egg. So good to know. Everyone's been asking that. But thank you for the 4 months of support.
All right, so this is set today?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and was an offer tendered?
No, Judge, not that kind of setting. It was set due to an affidavit of surety to surrender.
Ah.
So I spoke to you about this one last week on Friday.
Yes.
So I went down to the satellite office, and because of the nature of the charge, satellite won't take them no matter what.
Ah.
So my request, we have no objection to the affidavit of surety to surrender. I'm going to get on the bond. My only request is that it just be signed later on this afternoon, so I can get him turned in this afternoon. Tomorrow morning. Because if we do it now, he gets turned in, he waits, and then gets transported several hours later, and then I get notified, and then I go to drop off the bond, versus I drop him and the bond off tomorrow morning, and it goes a lot quicker for him. That's my only request.
All right, so here's my request. So if you will call the attorney who's on the bond currently, and ask them if they're okay with that. The reason why I say that is because I have the motion before me.
Of course, Judge. And the other thing is we might actually have a deal today, so maybe. So we might even be taking care of it. But I just wanted to kind of see where the court was at. The attorney probably, I can tell you right now, the attorney's not going to agree.
Oh, that's a shame that attorneys won't work together.
Oh, interesting situation, Judge. Talk about it later. But
talk to you
if that's
offline.
the case, then Judge, then I'll just write the bond and get him out today. That's fine.
Okay. If you all want to confer today, you can go ahead and confer, and then you can approach me later on this.
I assume they'll have to approach you on it because I'll just say no, don't sign
Yes.
it. Thank you, Judge.
All right. You're welcome.
That's funny. Apparently they're not getting along. They're not going to agree. It's like, either way, I'm going to win.
Keith Hernandez.
I missed the red button bracelet.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Hernandez, come forward.
Hello, Your Honor. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing all right, Miss. I wanted to ask you, I'm going to go ahead and seek my own legal counsel, Miss. I do have, the funds to take care of that, and I also got my family going to support me with that.
I understand that, but you're scheduled for jury trial. So whatever attorney you have, you're scheduled for jury trial. So they'll need to be back here and ready to proceed with trial tomorrow.
Tomorrow. All right, I have a meeting with them at 2:30 today, so.
Okay. They'll need to be here for trial tomorrow.
All right. That's fine, Miss.
It's fine, really?
Has rejected the plea bargain offer. Are we being recalled for tomorrow?
Yes. Okay. And they'll give you, could I have a reset form?
Okay, so this dude.
How do I go about that, Judge? Will they know? They'll
day before jury trial.
Oh no, you're the attorney that you hire. You need to let him know that they are scheduled for jury trial.
Okay.
And the fact that you're just hiring them today, they're going to be ready for jury trial tomorrow. Do you understand?
I've been talking to them, yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, no problem.
She's like, all right, it's your funeral.
And counsel, you'll still need to be here tomorrow as well in case his attorney says, I'm not taking this case since you're going to trial tomorrow.
Okay, Judge.
And I'll give you the reset form.
Tish, good morning to you. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Love that you're here. Appreciate your support. One of our great mods. Jackie D, member for 3 months, but okay. Yeah, it's weird how
Counsel,
YouTube counts. Sometimes it's weird.
If you'll come around. And if you'll both sign that, and I'll see you back here tomorrow. You're welcome.
Yeah, the pew pew was in reference to how the man was unalived in the Microsoft executive case.
Criminal Trial Division, that's Keith Hernandez, the possession less than a gram case.
Less than a gram? That's got to be like personal consumption, right? Van, I've got a channel you might be interested in.
Caller
It's a
Hernandez.
Homestead channel that I'm helping out get
Good
started.
morning. Caller and Hernandez, come forward, please.
It's called sunsetting. Yes. That's also in the political world in laws.
Hello, how's it going?
Good morning.
Good morning. So on this case, do you have all the discovery?
Judge, I just saw all the discovery, but I do not have a complete copy of it yet. I think that's more of a staff issue in my office than anything else.
All right, State, were you able to tender an offer?
Yes, sir. Actually, Judge, there are a couple of offers. I did confer with him and gave him some more information, which may change the offer.
All right. How much time are you asking for, counsel?
A couple of weeks, Judge. I don't need a lot of time.
All right, Ms. Ferguson on Carla Hernandez. I need a reset date for a plea deadline date for 2 weeks. Is that enough time?
Well, you know what? 2 weeks, I'll be on the 437th.
3 weeks?
Very old one. 3 weeks.
3 weeks, please.
I can do August 22nd.
August 22nd? All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused. And thank you so much for dressing appropriately for court. Yeah. You know, Deputy Laura, I always say this to everybody. When you have your color, you know, that thing about your summer, you're in autumn, you're fall, that is so true. Green is your color. All right, I'll see you all back on August 22nd.
Orange might be your color,
right,
depending
you're
on how your
welcome.
court case goes. Where else are you going to find a judge who compliments defendants on their outfit? She made a buddy. And hopefully that sticks. Hopefully that memory sticks when the trial comes around again. She's like, oh yeah, you're the one that dressed so nicely. They have a connection. Orange is the new green.
Yes, it's coming back for jury trial tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes. And they did a reset form. I had them fill out one.
Oh, you just got here? First row.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Mr. Gross, pretrial services should be logging on in a few seconds. All right, thank you. Diana, the San Antonio Bar Association is having a CLE and trivia. Current events and America's greatest hits. We need to sign up for that. We will win. I'm signing you up. And I need to have a phone a friend too. I don't know if I'll let Vashon be my phone a friend or not.
I'm sorry.
Would you be my phone a friend for trivia? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, Charles. Charles, but you on my team. You're my teammate. Well, they say it's current events and America's greatest hits. I don't know if America's greatest hits
It's going to be Senate.
is that music or
it's gonna be
something
live.
else. Oh no, he's my teammate, but I need a phone a friend. I will tell you, if the greatest hits is new music, I'm in trouble. But if it's oldies and classics, I'm good to go. Charles and I were supposed to be in a Amazing Race.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's the Amazing Race Senior Edition.
Yeah, it does.
Senior edition, he says.
But Charles knows I cannot swim and I cannot drive a stick shift. I can read a map. You give me some Louisiana hot sauce and a Coca-Cola, the food will not be a problem. And I know trivia.
Imagine her. That'd be funny.
Yeah, I think Charles and I will win it. Yes.
Vermillionaire, 120-year-old
Charles
house.
told me he knows how to drive stick shift.
Oh, I do.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
so
Let me know what you find.
you've
That
got to
sounds
have
awesome.
somebody who balances your weaknesses. It wouldn't do us any good if both of us could drive a stick shift. It's like, and if both of us could swim. But I am working on my swimming ability. I've signed up for lessons. Yes.
She's a real competitor.
Well, you never know because I may decide to go on a cruise, which I've never been on a cruise before because I can't swim. Oh, I do, but still, I feel like I need to know how to swim.
Everyone should know how
Because
to
what
swim.
if the boat were to go down, even though they have the little float things for you? What if they say, I'm sorry, the boat is not big enough. You all are going to have to take turns trading water.
She's thought this through.
I need to be prepared.
It's somewhere in Wiley, it's like small. I resorts down. Names right on. What I do is I'm sorry. Like that Ansar or something. Yeah. But it has some good have all the restaurants.
So just for your information, we have this coming from the Judge Boyce room. This is the live stream that's going to be Lori Vallow sentencing. So as soon as that starts, we will jump to that. We're not going to miss any of that. It's just not gone live yet. We just have a placeholder. So we'll still keep watching. Oh, that is a nice red button bracelet. We'll keep watching, do some court hopping, or we might stick with this one if she's got some work.
And then you find out no reach me.
The Vallow sentencing is in half an hour, 29 minutes. It is the judge that sentences Lori Vallow. There should be some victim impact statements as well. We don't know how long that's going to take. It's scheduled to start 9 o'clock in Idaho, which is 11 o'clock in Eastern. So we'll be joining that in about just under half an hour. Hunter, let's see. Mine was born. My house was born. My house was built in 1915.
Mr. Gross, we're ready.
Thought it would be.
All right.
Vallow's not
Freddie?
a death penalty. Life without
Williams?
parole is the worst she can get.
Let me see if I can get him to unmute.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes. So this case is 2019 CR 9952 Rudolph Montoya. And they're asking that he be allowed to travel for work. He does have a curfew. So I want it to be that he still has a curfew, but if his work hours are outside his curfew time, that's okay. And he'll just need to provide you proof 24 hours afterwards. Sorry, Freddie. Yes.
Okay, there we go.
All right. And he'll just need to provide you with proof within 24 hours of the previous work schedule. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, that's just pretty much what he'll have to do is just give me like a 24-hour notice of the time frame he'll have to work from.
Is that going to be a problem?
That sounds fine, Judge. So that'll allow him to fly, for instance, to Baltimore outside of curfew hours, as long as he lets pretrial know afterwards.
Yes.
Oh, he's trying to fly to Baltimore?
Well, that's just an example.
Well, sometimes he has to fly to different places, but he still needs to provide proof that it's actually for work and not, oh, I'm in Vegas.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so quick question. Because how we do it is that we'll have to submit a travel permit, and which we'll send it to you, Judge. And I was trying to figure out, because normally when we do that, it's because they're on tracking. Because right now, I guess he's it's kind of like a partial with a curfew.
Yes.
So My thing is are you going to grant him GPS tracking in order to do so?
Well, let me ask you this, because I still, even though it says tracking, I just don't want him doing whatever he wants to do. Is it a way to put in there tracking for work?
No, ma'am. That's basically just GPS partial.
Okay. So you're saying tracking will be best?
Yes, because that's how we'll be able to submit the travel permit in order to you for him to, for travel purposes.
All right. So then I will put in GPS tracking, but counsel, he's down for GPS tracking, but he's going to have to provide the court with his work schedule that he's actually working.
Pre-trial or the court, Judge?
The court. Because with tracking for them, it's just tracking.
Yeah, that's it.
And in what format do we?
I'm sorry, just 1 second, everyone. Hello?
I got a phone call. Amazing Race? Yes, I'm interested. Okay, we're putting a poll together about Lori Vallow as we're waiting for this. Okay, there are two options on yes. So before you answer this, read the questions carefully. But this is about whether
I'm sorry. When your neighbor calls, you always think, "Hey, what's happened? Is the house on fire?" So the house is not on fire. But so this is what we'll do then. Freddie, for tracking with you all, he'll still have to provide proof that it's work.
Yeah, like if he's trying to like travel out of like I guess it's 75-mile radius, that's what he's supposed to get. Like he get a 75-mile limit. We have to submit a travel permit to you to sign off on before he can go anywhere.
So the court already filed. I should have told you ahead of time. The court already signed off on the authorization for him to travel.
Okay.
No more than 4 days on a travel permit, so that we don't have to keep bothering pretrial with these requests. However, we just have to confirm with pretrial that it's for business purposes,
Yes.
like you were saying, Judge, not to go to Vegas or whatnot. So that's already been taken care of. Pretrial had a concern when we had that signed. They said, look, you're on a curfew 9 to 5. Your flight leaves at 8 or gets in at 8. You're out of curfew.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we wanted to do is what you were just talking about, Judge, and Mr. Williams, where tracking so that he doesn't have to worry about the curfew as long as he provides pretrial with proof that it's for work, not for pleasure.
Lena, this is Judge Boyd.
So, counsel, you understand that I'm signing this, and I know you should not be signing things that are not what's intended, but I'm trying to figure out how to let him work. But let your client know this is for work purposes only.
Absolutely.
If it's discovered that he's doing something other than work, we're going to have a problem.
Absolutely.
And so, Mr. Williams, I'm going to sign this, but we all know the reason why I'm signing it for tracking is because that makes it easier for pretrial and I can't do curfew. But everyone here knows it's for work only.
Work purposes only. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, Judge.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
You're welcome, sir.
Thanks so much for zooming in.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right. And if you want to, they'll give you a copy of this order.
Yes, if I could, please, so that way I can put it in his file.
Okay. Caroline,
Thank
is there any way you can put a copy to defense and a copy to Freddie? All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, a lot of
Thank
green
you.
on that screen.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it's Judge Stephanie Boyd. We like her. She's got quite a personality. Also, really has nailed the whole fashion side of things. I mean, most times you think a judge, a black robe, there's not much to it, but it's the accessories that really make this make it pop. So the Edna glasses, the button, her bracelet, she's got the flowers in the vase, the purse. It's really, she's got the whole ensemble and is rocking it. We've got about 20 minutes before the Lori Vallow hearing goes live. As soon as we get video from Judge Boyce in Idaho, we're going to go ahead and jump to that. Vallow starts scheduled to start at 11 Eastern, 9 Mountain. Storm Relewin. I'm not sure if I said that right, but Storm, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Good to have you here. In addition to being able to chat without a delay, make sure you take a seat by saying !seat in chat. We've got reserved seating for members. Samantha, where'd you find that? You found my old link tree. That's awesome. I think it works. I forget what I have up there. I'll have to look. It probably needs to be updated. Let's see. We have a poll running right now. If you want to respond to it about whether Lori Vallow is going to speak.
Yvonne Pettis.
And how she's going to speak if she does. So we have 3 options. By far, the winner right now is no, with 68%.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I heard you were ill.
Yes, I spent the last day in Florida in bed.
Aw.
My wife got the privilege
I think she may need a chair.
of driving home.
All right. So you drove?
We drove. I only could drive 2 hours on the way back. It's not an
She needs a chair.
So how were the children?
The kids were better than me.
All right. So an offer has been tendered. Is she accepting the offer or is this scheduled for jury trial?
Scheduled for jury trial.
All right.
Also, Judge, we have an expert. He noticed that we were missing some things from university. I don't think it's going to really change anything from the perspective of the state. So we would still ask for a trial date, but I just wanted to make the court aware that.
All right. So, Ms. Perez, after today, the court is, you can remain seated. After today, the court is not accepting any plea bargain agreements in this case. So after today, if you're not accepting the offer that's been tendered or no agreement is happening today, then the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So how long are you all expecting this trial?
Say a week. It could go to 2 weeks.
Are there 13-hour videos?
No, just a lot of expert witness.
This will be probably 4 days then. And what we'll do is for this one, we may end up doing jury selection on Monday, which you'll see. Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for this. And could you put this sort of quick, fast, and hurry?
Okay, so Cynthia and James are on Wednesday, for those that are following along with our favorite dynamic duo, Bonnie and Clyde, in their shoplifting case with Judge Cedric. We will follow that this Wednesday. We're going to take a little break from the Microsoft trial and then catch up. It'll be short, so we'll get caught up. We'll never be very far behind in that one. Lori's oldest son will be speaking. A lot of people have been filing in and coming in the back door as victims or family members to the courthouse, bypassing the general entrance. So I think just about everybody is in court right now, probably. We'll see when we get a feed, we'll go ahead and jump to it.
And we're gonna go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 11873, State of Texas versus Yvonne Monica Perez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense?
Matthew Allen.
Are you Miss Perez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're going to have to speak up. Nobody can hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, was an offer tendered to you by the state? And Miss Perez, are you aware of the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you rejecting that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Ferguson, what's the jury trial date?
I don't know what she's charged.
We can't do it any sooner than that.
Judge is looking at the calendar, even though she's not the one who does the scheduling, saying, look, I can see there's space. Lyman, thank you very much for being sorry for being late again, beyond my control. We'll give you a pass this
I
time.
want September or October.
Yeah, in Idaho, a lot of people want to be there. That courtroom's going to be standing room only. Well, it'll be filled to capacity. I don't think they'll let people stand, but it's going to be interesting. Dodie, it might just be nerves. She definitely doesn't look like a hardened
judicial
criminal.
conference. But yeah, can we put it for the 18th? I know what our rules are.
Oh, September?
Yes. Will you?
Okay.
I'll be not in the state on 18th.
Oh, where will you be?
Anaheim. With my son.
Oh, well, you got to spend time with your son. Can we put it for the 25th of September then? And then what we'll do is your other date, we'll do something else.
I will be here.
Is the 25th? September 25th? What are they trying on September 25th?
That's actually going to run into Brittany's.
Wendy.
October 3rd, we have another case with very similar and another dead child case at October 3rd.
What if we were to put it on August 21st or 28th?
28th, I have criminal trial division on the list.
All right, 21st.
Georgia, I'm not.
Oh, you got to be gone.
No. I'll be here, but I'm expecting to be in trial on the 186. Now it's a sexual assault of a child. The case is about 4 years old.
Oh, we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll drop theirs, right?
Yeah.
Judge, on the 21st, Brittany's in trial with.
That's when we did the impact case with Lee Cutter for Manny Rodriguez.
This is going to be one of the most challenging parts of court, to schedule 2 attorney teams.
August 7th.
And the judge. The only person that doesn't have to be consulted is the defendant. They're always going to be available.
I don't have anything, but
I guess my concern would be I don't know if we're going to have the records back for his expert in time for his.
I'm going to go ahead and close the poll here about Lori Vallow testifying her own defense.
But see, here's the thing. We keep setting these cases and stuff doesn't go. So let's just pick a date and we'll see what goes. Either it won't go or either something will be in front of it or it won't.
If we could lock in the November date, I'm not trying to push cases out. I try.
Oh, I understand. Oh no, I know you try a lot of cases, and I know in here people try a lot of cases because we're in trial every week. But she's in custody, and I want this case tried. So
the judge is trying to get her out of custody, get this resolved. Either
Ms.
start
Ferguson.
the penalty phase or start the sentencing.
Give me a date.
Or get her released.
That's not in November. October, the latest.
October 31st to October 31st.
All right, put it on October 30th.
October 30th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know. Perez.
All right,
her
you get
name
a
is Miss
reset form. We'll
Perez.
see you back on October 30th.
We don't know the charges.
Thank you.
Hold on to this.
Boone is sometime in September. It's got hearings scheduled. I don't think they've got the actual trial date scheduled yet. We'll see. We'll see if that holds. We should have a poll on whether Lori's coming in with a hot pink lipstick. I think that's all she has. All right, so we are now about 12 minutes away from Lori Vallow's hearing. I'll just show you what we have right now. The Judge Boyce has the placeholder up right here. just for the record, as far as the poll went about the Lori Vallow speaking at her sentencing, 68% of you said no, she will not speak. And then we said if she does speak, 26% said she would show no remorse, with only 5% saying she would be remorseful. So we'll see how that matches up with the events as this begins this morning in Idaho. Hope the judge is doing something. Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on that. We've got audio turned on from the Idaho courtroom. Even if we just have a hot mic, we're going to hear it. This Stephanie Boyd here, this judge. Wow, that's a nice suit jacket. Holding the Starbucks. It's got the salt, pepper, a little bit of scruff going on the face for Monday morning. That's an interesting style. He's really rocking that look, I think.
But yeah, like extreme. Yeah. That goes to me too.
Lois Cox. See, I got it right. Lois. This judge has style in the bag. I mean, she's rocking. I wouldn't be surprised if her whole desktop was arranged with like feng shui, so like the what's it called? The energies were balanced on her desk. I like that suit. Well, the split right now is less than flattering, but it gives a distinct impression about, proportions. But the suit itself is quite interesting. I thought it was classy. Yeah, classy, and it goes well with his khakis. It's more casual, but it's still courtroom appropriate for a lawyer, I think. The judge's shoes match her bag. I'm sure she is fully color coordinated in her attire. Okay, Yvonne Perez, Amanda H. Yvonne Perez was charged with injury of a 3-year-old child with serious bodily injury for a child she was caring for. So that was the case we just heard. Wow. He could go hunting. I mean, that's almost dressed up. If there were like a shoulder patch for like shotgun shooting, like a padded shooting jacket, it would probably look very similar. That's a tile and grout jacket. Nerd appropriate suit, says Patty Girl. Let's hear what his business is. He's not letting go of that Starbucks. See what the judge says. See if he's next. Boone was pushed out, Taylor, because they're having trouble with the expert witness getting the report in, reviewed, and then the state will need to have time to find their own expert witness to counter that expert. So that's why it got pushed out till September. And she's not happy about it. As we read her letter on here. If you want to watch if you go to the other one, you go to our playlist, you'll find all the letters from Sarah Boone. Debbie says, what did Vallow do? Vallow was key in the unaliving of her children. 2 of her children. And it was not, and they were killed, duct taped, wrapped in plastic, buried in yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. And then she continued cashing Social Security checks that were coming in for them while she went on vacation to Hawaii with who was most likely the killer, Chad. So far, we're in YouTube's good graces, Rudy. That can change at any moment, as content of court is a little bit unpredictable sometimes, but I'm anticipating staying in their good graces today. Mammy, I was going through some of the judge's rulings in the Lori Vallow case about who will be allowed to make victim impact statements. There are some sort of late-breaking decisions on that. Let's see. If you go to... let me give you a quick page link. We might need a couple people to dig here because there's been some recent discoveries here. Okay, so let's see, is that the right one? I might have linked the wrong one. Yeah, so the page I just linked you to right here. This is the State of Idaho Judicial Branch page, and if you scroll down, like it has at the bottom, it has a like big cases, the high profile cases. And so you've got Idahoans for open primaries versus Labrador. You've got State of Idaho versus Kaler. Keep scrolling down. You've got State of Idaho versus Koberger. That's Brian Koberger. That's an interesting one. Scroll all through those documents, and there's a lot. Keep going. You've got State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. That's the co-conspirator in this murder trial that Lori's in. And then below Chad, you have one more. That's State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow Daybell. And that one, if you link to these are links to all the filings, everything that's publicly been released. Some are sealed. Obviously, you can't get everything. But there's all the requests from the news media. There's all the denied requests from Court TV wanting access. And they're all sorted by date. So you scroll down to the very bottom of that, and you're going to have like a notice. Let's see, order. Some of these last orders are going to be related to who gets to testify in this. Order on victim impact statements was given on 6/8. So that's one of them. Let's see. Let me read that one really quickly. The order on victim impact statements given last month. Let's see. Facilitate the presence of investigators' preparation. Hang on one second. See, individuals who wish to exercise victims' rights in this case, the court enters the following order to clarify who is statutorily entitled to exercise victims' rights in this case. I think they've clarified this or made a slight change. Let me see. Motion to clarify. Tammy Daybell is a victim in this homicide case. When she died, she had a husband and 5 adult children. Her family members, as defined by the Idaho law, can assert their rights as victims in this proceeding. These rights include the right to make a statement as a victim in the sentencing hearing. Neither her husband nor her 5 adult children have asserted their rights as victims at the time. Let's see. Vicki Hoban, sister of Phyllis Douglas and Tammy Daybell's aunt, petitioned the court. Let's see. I'll have to tear through this. There's a lot to read, but that might answer some questions. I think all these documents are also available over on the brain cramp Discord on Discord. So if you type !Discord in chat, you'll be able to see those. Got a little bit of delay here. 3 more minutes. I'm going to switch now. We're going to turn off Judge Boyce, and we're going to switch to, Judge Boyd, and switch to Judge Boyce. I know they're similar names, but this is back in Idaho. This is Lori Vallow's case. We're waiting for this to go live in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Judge allowed Tammy's aunt to speak. John says, I've always had a super crush on Judge Boyd. Hubba hubba. I love that she has a personality and a relationship with pretty much everyone who keeps appearing in front of her court. She knows attorneys. She knows, when they were on vacation. She knows when they were sick. She knows, family things. And just, I like that she has a personality instead of just all business on the bench. And I think she takes that same personable approach with the defendants. And as long as they're respectful, okay, that's a huge thing. The judge is like, we're here because you broke the law or you're accused of breaking the law. As long as they're respectful and follow the process respectfully, she's great. She's very kind and considerate, and I love it. DMB Secondus, Brandy's thumbnail will always be cooler than mine. There will never be a time where Brandy will have a less interesting or less captivating or I'm always going to be behind her. She's got all the skills when it comes to that. She humanizes a very complicated, dry process. Yep. Lady Mystery, welcome. Good to have you here. Vallow case is supposed to start soon. We're going to have victim impact statements and sentencing for Lori Vallow. She's been found guilty, but it's just a question of how long will she serve. Will it be life in prison without parole? And if she gets life in prison without parole, is Arizona going to proceed with their case against her? If they already know she's never going to be let out, are they just going to say, hey, she's already been convicted, it's good enough? It's not a competition. Both Ari and Brandy are excellent. Brandy is amazing. She is going to go very, very far because she has all the skills, not to mention all the connections to get interviews. This judge loves throwing out prison sentences, but it would be difficult not to go to prison after looking into those big, beautiful eyes. Thanks for the compliment. Appreciate that, John. It's rocking the goatee today. Maybe one more week before I lose it. Arizona does want her. They've put their request in, and I think it will proceed. I thought that at one point Arizona could have been approaching the death penalty in the case, or could have been pursuing the death penalty for Lori Vallow. I've heard from you guys that the way it's charged right now, that's probably not the case. Save the goatee. It's going to get a little smaller. My kids have asked for it to be a little bit more. I don't know. There are names for goatees, right? Every type of goatee has its own little name. Let's think about the goatee. It grows on you. Yeah, and I'm sort of attached to this one. So. The sad thing about this is Lori Vallow believes she did right thing by killing her children. She has no remorse. Yeah, and just, I mean, that's the cult aspect of this, that she went so far off the deep end. Just bizarre. Selena, sometimes I wish there was a little more color in the goatee instead of just white. But it's time. See if the judge is late here. We are just pushing 11:01. Any minute now. Oop, there we go. We've got some motion. Let's see if they can go ahead and activate the feed. Yeah, Michael, we heard about that a little bit. I guess there was a youngster she was caring for that was injured. It's very sad, very, very sad. Don't know the facts of that case, but okay. Let's get. Okay, just trying to watch the different feeds from outside the courtroom. Looks like a lot of people are still outside, probably didn't get to fit in the courtroom. It must be full. Denise Feldman-Erzlin says, Recovery Addict, I'm most excited for what Judge Boyce will say when he speaks to her directly. This is always a fun time or insightful time, because throughout a trial, a judge is sort of tied. They can't really express a lot of personal opinion. They have to just they're weighing the law and determining what can be admitted and what can't, and they have to be fair. They have to be sort of impartial. They have to sort of separate their feelings in the case from what's going on, and make sure that they don't do something that would be, reason for a mistrial or reason for a granted appeal. Once the sentences come down, they sort of get ungagged. They get to rip off that duct tape off their mouth, and they really get to speak their mind and their heart. And sometimes that is extremely impactful and extremely insightful, as you've watched the judge who seems to be almost disconnected emotionally from the case, and then at the end just revealed that it hit really close to home. I'll regret it. I always regret it when I shave a mustache. The goatee goes and it's like, man, no, my chin's cold. Best guess for Lori Vallow, Daybell. Tam Jules, I'm going to go with a life sentence, is what I'm guessing. I think that's what they're going to go for. Doors are now closed. Yes, nobody else can get in. Everyone who's outside will remain outside. We're just waiting for the judge to call the court to order and activate the live stream, which he's in control of. Yes, that's what we're waiting for right now. This is we're watching Judge Boyce. This is his personal YouTube page. He has not allowed any other video cameras into the courtroom for this. As you know, he banned video cameras in the courtroom during the trial because of what Court TV had done early on in some of the earlier motions. And so it was audio only available at the end of the day. But here we've been told during the sentencing that it will be broadcast, that it will be only on the judge's YouTube channel. We have that feed here, and we'll bring that to you as he makes it available. Let's see. Is Arizona the conspiracy to commit murder? Judge Boyce once saved my mom who got stuck in a tree. Are you pulling my leg? I think you're pulling my leg. They do have an overflow room, Cass. I don't know if that one is full as well. What time does court start tomorrow? It's in Florida, probably straight up 9 a.m. Eastern. I believe the court will be active, so we'll probably start a little before that. Nurse for God just gifted a membership, and it went to Lady Mystery. Congratulations, Lady Mystery. Thank you, Nurse for God. This should be video and audio. We should have both, but they're late. That's all I can say. You taking my iPad? Okay. Sounds good. What case tomorrow? Rudy, we're going to be following the Microsoft executive murder. What did Court TV do? Debbie, they got some extreme close-ups that captured a lot of emotion on Lori Vallow Daybell's face, and also possibly some of the communication between her and her attorneys, which is probably more of the issue. But either way, it's the judge said no and banned cameras, and we all lost because of that. Yeah, lots of camping. We saw a lot of camp chairs and stuff on various news feeds if you were watching those this morning from outside the courtroom. Camped out as early as 3 p.m. Everybody wants a seat. Yep, the Microsoft executive murder. This is going to be a fun whodunit. Just a good old plain murder trial without any of the adult content that we had in the last one. Oh, that was rough. Sarah Boone has been pushed out till September. This was one we thought we'd be viewing right now, but yep. Microsoft trial is located in Florida. Okay, we're starting to get, so we've got the judge in the top corner. We can see he's not on the bench. At least we're getting there. They're starting slowly. What caused the mistrial and the Melly trial? I believe, Daniel, that was one that Brandy Churchill was covering. I did not cover that myself, but if I understand correctly, the jury was hung. They could not reach a verdict, and so that is the definition of a mistrial. A hung jury is, you have to have a unanimous decision in that trial, and they couldn't get everyone to agree. Lori can try to make it difficult, but she can be compelled to be there. And honestly, she's not in a position to really cause problems. They can cuff her to a chair. They could gag her if they need to. They have, once she's sentenced, they have a lot more leeway in doing this. Bonbon, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. We call that admitting to being an addict. You're one of us now. You can't leave. Daniel, thank you. I don't remember who answered your question. Was it me or somebody else? Either way, I'm glad it got answered. The next Mellie trial, I don't know when that's going to go. A lot of people really struggled with the Mellie trial. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Let's get some audio going here so we can hear. I'll be working on the audio to get it as good as I can for you guys. Ooh.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going on the record now in this case. Let me first confirm through our tech people, is the matter being live streamed and is the feed working properly?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Your Honor. I'll give you a thumbs up.
We get a confirmation on that.
Right here, over here, down here in the corner. Oh, yeah.
Presume it is. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? All right. Okay, and I just got a confirmation as well that the matter is being broadcast per the court's order. This is case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow, Fremont County case. This is the time scheduled for sentencing today. The defendant is here appearing in person along with her attorneys, Jim Archibald and John Thomas. The state's represented by Rob Wood, Rachel Smith, and Lindsay Blake. At this time, I do want to inquire of counsel from the state who will be making the sentencing recommendation today.
I will, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. And for the defense, who's going to be making the sentencing recommendation?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you. A couple of preliminary matters before we get started with the substance of the sentencing hearing. Court would first note there is a conduct order that's been entered in this proceeding governing this courtroom. The court is live streaming the hearing today. However, for those in attendance, there's no provision to allow any type of recording, either audio or video, in this proceeding. So that's prohibited. In addition, the court requires that any electronic devices be turned off or put in a silent mode. If any cell phones or other devices go off and cause any disruption during the proceedings, they'll be taken by the bailiffs in this case. And also, the court would note, as part of the conduct order, there's a prohibition against any kind of disruptive behavior. So no outbursts or other types of acts will be tolerated in this sentencing hearing. We'll maintain order as we did throughout these proceedings in this case and throughout the trial as well. So I appreciate all of the presence of our bailiffs here to enforce the order, and I would ask the compliance of all those in attendance to follow carefully those admonishments in the court's order. Another matter I'll bring up as we start for the sentencing hearing. Over last week on Friday and through the weekend, there were some motions filed. There was an objection to the pre-sentence report and a motion to strike victim impact statements. The court took up the pleadings of those, and given the timing and without adequate time to respond and have a hearing, court went through the matters and issued orders on both of those motions. So I consider them resolved, but let me just confirm with counsel. Mr. Wood, did the state receive copies of the court's orders pertaining to those two motions?
Yes, we did.
All right. And Mr. Thomas, did the defense receive those orders as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Procedural history of the case first. Ms. Vallow? All right. We'll commence then with the sentencing hearing today. I'll go through some procedural history of the case first. Ms. Vallow, at the time of your arraignment in this case, which was on April 19th, 2022, you were informed that an indictment had been filed against you by the state of Idaho, charging you with the following crimes: 2 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and 1 count of grand theft. At the time of your arraignment, you were advised of the potential penalties involved with those charges, your constitutional rights, your plea options, and the legal consequences of exercising each of those options. You pled not guilty to the charges. Later, during trial, an amended indictment was filed by the state. A jury trial in your case took place in Ada County, Idaho, with jury selection beginning March 27th of this year, 2023. And as I mentioned, during the trial, an amended indictment had been filed. The case was submitted to the jury for their deliberations on May 11th of this year, and on May 12th, the jury returned their verdict, finding you guilty of the following counts of that amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 6, grand theft. After you were found guilty by a jury of your peers, the sentencing hearing was scheduled. Pursuant to Idaho law, the court then ordered the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report, which will be referred to throughout this proceeding as a PSI. And the court's considered that report for sentencing today. The court did order a full PSI, which would include orders for a behavioral health assessment, a mental health examination, substance abuse assessment, and all pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-24. However, you chose not to participate in the pre-sentence process, so much of that information that could have been included for my consideration in the report has not been included. I've received and I have carefully reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report, and a copy of that report was provided to both the state and the defendant through her attorney. I'll ask the state at this time then, was the state able to review the PSI?
Yes, we were.
Mr. Wood, in that report, and I know it's a voluminous report, 430 pages, but were there any sections or parts of the report that you believe need to be clarified or corrected after your review?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, there were multiple victim impact statements submitted with that report. We don't usually comment on those, but just for purposes of the record, in one of those victim impact statements, there was reference made to Tammy Daybell dying by a pillow. On the record, for the purposes of the record, the state has no evidence that that happened that way. There was also reference to that we don't know whether or not the defendant was there at Tammy Daybell's death. And just for purposes of the record, and as it was shown in trial, we are aware she was not at the location Tammy Daybell was murdered. She was in Hawaii. Again, our concern, we just wanted to be clear for purposes of the record so that an allegation could not be made down the road that the state had provided evidence or information to victims that we had not, one, that wasn't true, or two, hadn't been provided to the defense.
All right, regarding those statements then, the court would most likely strike those from the record based on those comments. The court would also note in ruling on motions over the weekend, I further ordered stricken certain parts of victim impact statements. Mr. Thomas, any objection to me striking those comments in those statements?
Your Honor, Mr. Archibald is going to address this portion if that's okay with the court.
Very well, Mr. Archibald.
We've reviewed the court's order striking portions of those victim impact statements. We do not object to the court ordering those stricken.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. So back to you, Mr. Wood. Could you clarify with some specificity where those specific comments were located? And the court will go through and what they would refer to as redlining. I'll line those out in the final PSI that gets submitted into the case file.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. They were contained in Ms. Hoban's PSI. or I'm sorry, victim impact statement. And if the court would like, I can find the page number of that.
I think just to reference for the record, if you could reference the page number, then I will go in and redline those revisions to the report before that's finalized.
It is in the third paragraph on page 2.
Okay, the court sees those comments as mentioned in the third paragraph of page 2. The court will go and redact those out of the victim impact statement. And if the Ms. Hoban intends to make a statement, I would ask that she refrain from making any further comments to that extent. And we'll get those filed. Other than that, Mr. Wood, then is there any other requested clarification or correction to the PSI?
No, there is not.
All right. Let me next move to the defense then. Mr. Archibald, in regards to the PSI filed in the case, does the defense have any further objection or anything you wish clarified or corrected in the report?
Your Honor, on June 13th, I submitted 661 pages to the pre-sentence investigator that I believe dealt with the health of the defendant. 660 pages. I didn't know how many of those pages would be included in the report. Turns out only 27 pages were included. The 27 pages do include Dr. Watson's psychological opinion and also Dr. Cunningham's. So I appreciate the pre-sentence investigator including those two reports, but I asked for additional reports regarding the health of the defendant. The court has now issued an opinion this morning ruling on that, but my objection to the pre-sentence report stands.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. The court would note in the order issued this morning, and it's entitled Order on Objection to the PSI, court went through an analysis on the statutes and the rules as relating to the prior competency information and why I found it was inappropriate to include in the PSI as the investigator noted. And so that will be the court's order at this time on those submissions. Any other matters in the report you wish clarified or corrected, Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Let me confirm with counsel then too, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald, was your client able to review the report as well?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, I will note that I'll rely on that report then with those redactions in fashioning the sentence today. Moving now to the question of whether there will be any witness statements or testimony here proffered today. For the defense, are you offering any statements from any witnesses today, Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor. Just
All right.
Ms. Vallow may speak on her
Very well.
behalf.
So the defendant, I'll address that. She'll have a right of allocution if she wishes. From the state, Mr. Wood, is the state intending to call any witnesses to testify or victims to provide oral impact statements today?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will not be calling any evidentiary witnesses. However, there are 4 victims who wish to be heard. The victims, Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow's brother, Colby Ryan, has asked that we read his statement into the record. So with permission of the court, I will do that on his behalf. After that, Samantha Gwilliam, Tammy Daybell's sister, has asked to be heard. Vicki Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, has asked to be heard. And Kay Woodcock, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, has asked to be heard.
Very well. The court has previously determined that these are either victims or designated representatives under Idaho statute to be able to provide statements in this case, given the murder convictions. So the court will allow for them to make their comments today. Let me just indicate then how the hearing will proceed going forward. So first, the court will consider those victim impact statements that may be read into the record or offered by those individuals. After that, I intend to hear the recommendations on sentencing from you, Mr. Wood. Once the state's concluded then making its recommendations, Mr. Thomas, you may make recommendations on behalf of your client, Ms. Vallow. And then finally, Ms. Vallow, if you wish to address the court directly, you can do that after your attorney has done so. So with that in mind, Mr. Wood, I'll start by going through the victim impact statements the state intends to introduce, and you can either read into the record or call your first victim to make a comment at this time. One more point of clarification, sorry. The victims, if they do wish to speak, will speak at the podium over to my left. And I'll note that that is not being filmed for this proceeding, so it won't be shown on the video. That's how the court's arranged the courtroom, just so counsel knows. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to either read a comment or have your first victim speak, you can do that now.
Thank you. Before I do that, Your Honor, I did neglect to say that Samantha Gwilliam will also be reading into the record the statement of her father, which was included in the PSI if the court permits.
All right, the court will so permit that on your request.
And with that, then we would ask that Samantha be allowed to make her statement now.
Very well. Ms. Gwilliam, then if you'd like to come forward and you can provide your statement at that lectern right in front of you. Please state your name for the record as you begin.
My name is Samantha Gwilliam. Do you want me to do my father's after mine or do it before mine?
It's up to you.
I'm going to read his first. This is what my father wrote. His name is Ronald Douglas. He's writing on behalf of myself and my now deceased wife. I would like to share thoughts about the impact of the actions of Lori Vallow on our family. Tammy's death was unexpected and had a profound impact on all of us. We were barely into our recovery process when we learned of Chad's new marriage exactly 2 weeks after losing Tammy. We had no knowledge of missing children until we were visited by law enforcement officers and informed of Tammy's disinterment and autopsy. The drama began to unfold and the reason for the quick burial became apparent. Over the course of the following months, the ensuing revelations of deceit and intrigue caused extreme emotional stress on my wife, Phyllis. We became estranged from the Daybell children and began losing the close relationships we had with them. I'm sure they feel awkward about their father's actions and how Tammy's death was affecting us. We value them as grandchildren and want to keep them close to us. While Phyllis was already battling her leukemia of over 30 years, the emotional stress of this drama seemed to accelerate her declining health. Her remaining months of life were full of strain and heartache. Lori entered Chad's life long before we were aware of any interaction between them. In retrospect, we see that Chad was living a double life and the bonds of his family were being eroded due to his involvement with Lori. The eternal ramifications of her actions are yet to be calculated. Lori needs to pay for her actions according to the laws of mortals. She will still answer according to the laws of God when she passes from this life. Ron Douglas. This is my statement. Over the last few years, I've often thought about what I would ever say to you, Lori. I've often thought about what my sister would have said too. The minute I found out that Chad had quickly remarried after the death of my most beloved sister, Tammy, it confirmed what I had always felt. You see, the minute I received the phone call that she had died, I knew something had happened to her, but I didn't know why I would feel that way. So when we were told by Chad that he had married you and that it had happened 2 weeks after Tammy had been buried, my heart knew. I researched you like any true woman would to find out who you were. What did I find? Lies. Everything about you that you tried to tell others is a lie.
At this point, I'm going to object. I don't believe this falls within the statute or within the Idaho Constitution or within Idaho versus Payne.
All right, Mr. Thomas, your objection's noted. It's overruled. The court will be able to consider and ferret out these statements and properly consider what's in the record. You can continue, Ms. William.
We asked, what's her name? Lori Ryan. Well, that was a lie. That was 2 husbands ago. So as I searched, what happened to your previous husband? She told us that he had died from a heart attack. Lie. He died from being shot. I asked, are there children? I was told we will be empty nesters. That's a lie. The police ask us about missing children. You answer, the children aren't missing, they're safe and happy. It's a lie. Your children, your poor children were dead and buried on Chad's property, and my sister was told was sick and her health was failing. Well, that was a lie. I had seen her with my own eyes 2 weeks prior. She was very healthy. We have to go through her being disinterred and having an autopsy done. Was glad to get some answers and some truth after so many lies. But to find out what we knew in our hearts all along, she had been murdered by those who saw her as an obstacle to a plan. You planned her murder just as much as you planned the murders of your own children and your previous husband. Why? Why plan something so heinous? You had an affair with a married man. You lied to yourself by what is okay to sneak behind the backs of your spouses. You are not exalted beings, and your behavior makes you ineligible to be one. But why pick Chad? He was an average guy, and you had married several men before him. He made you feel special and singled out. You tell yourself that you were high spiritual beings who have lived lives together through time. You felt powerful. This is too is a lie. But Chad has no real wealth. How will you live? You can easily have divorced your spouses and made your own perverted life together, but you need money. So you tell this story about people being dark and that they are zombies. This is how you justify who needs to be removed. You use this lie to justify the murders of 4 people whose deaths you profit from. But you could sit there and think, you've never met me and I don't know you. But I've always been able to tell when I am being lied to, and you are a liar, an adulteress, and a murderer. Because of the choices you made, my family lost a beloved mother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She was 1,000 times the woman you will ever dream of being. Because of the choices you made, we have been hounded by media and those who revel in all of the salacious scandal you have stirred up. Because of you and your desire to get what you want at any cost, my family has been ripped apart. I helped raise Tammy's children. And because of you, they no longer have their mother or grandmother. And because of fear of losing another parent, they listen to the lies spewed by you and Chad. Our relationship is strained and most contact with them is gone. Your trial was the last thing my ailing mother had to live through. She declined in health as she heard through news reports all of the horrible things that happened, and she had to relive all the things we have tried to forget the last 4 years. My mother passed away in June, knowing that you will never come out of prison again. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose not to participate in her funeral because of fear of causing more drama. We were deprived of the chance to heal and have them realize how much we love them. We don't blame them for what happened, but we blame you and Chad for all the lies you've told and ripping apart this family. We didn't do anything. My parents are not evil. They did not deserve to lose their grandchildren on top of losing their daughter. I did not deserve to lose the relationships of children I helped raise, or a sister that was my dearest friend. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed that way is unacceptable. Lucky for me, the world can see the truth as much as I can. Everyone now knows what liars you are. They now all know what horrible things you have done. You will have to live in your prison cell for the rest of your life. You are not an exalted being, and there's no huge event that is going to save you. No jail walls are going to fall so you can leave. No angels are coming to rescue you. You made judgments of others and determined if they should die based on the fact that they might do bad things and we need to kill them before they do. That is not how the atonement works. We cannot punish and judge others on things they haven't happened yet, but you did. You have also made choices that have led you here. You have been judged by the court and you have been found guilty. Your consequences are before you. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve her and know the loss of my mother for the rest of my life. I will always remember them. As for you, I choose to forget you. And as I leave this courtroom today, I choose to never think of you again. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the impact statement, Ms. William. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to call the next victim who wishes to speak.
That would be Vicki Hoban, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hoban, you may come forward, offer your statement there at the lectern.
First, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to give a statement here today. I'm Tammy Santvicki. I was able to attend a big part of this trial, and so my first comment will be to address what I felt the defendant's behavior was. I felt she was shameful during the trial. It was apparent to me and others that the defendant did not take the proceedings in this courtroom seriously. It was extremely disrespectful to watch, especially during some of the most sensitive and heartbreaking testimony. Her smirking, her smiling, giggling, talking.
Judge, I'm going to object based on State versus Payne, based on the Idaho Constitution, based on Idaho Code 1953-06. She's supposed to give an impact statement, which the defendant's criminal conduct had upon the victim. Payne states that the victim impact statement must relate to the characteristics of the victim and the emotional impact of the crime on the family.
We have a brief sidebar with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Wood.
Wow. These objections during victim impact statements they're gutsy. They really are. Let me see if we can see. Let's see her close up. Let's see what we got here. She's lost her cover here. I'm sorry for it being blurry. The courtroom feed from the Zoom is low resolution, so I can zoom in on it, but it just makes it more pixelated. We can see a little bit here. This is the second time they've objected. She's wrote something to her lawyer. They've objected on the first one as well. The same objection, saying that the Idaho law does not allow that this type of testimony to be given in a victim impact statement because it has a focus on something specific. I mean, the range of what it can focus on has to be specific, and they're saying that what this impact statement is including goes outside of those limits. They've got a sidebar going on. Judges over with them, out of the picture. Lori is turned almost away from she's almost facing the corner of the courtroom. She's turned sideways. Let's see. She's turned sideways, possibly to hide from the camera. She is leaning back to sort of be hidden from the camera view. Let's see here. See if we can do a little close-up. Whisper, whisper in the ear. Nice, nice. She's got the Dorothy in Kansas shoes on. I'll zoom out a little bit, get a better picture. It's hard to tell, but we can't tell when she's smiling or smirking. Her whole outfit is striped like that. It's it's the only
Court will just note on the
pattern
record there's an
available to her.
objection lodged on this victim impact statement. I had a brief sidebar with counsel and discussed that. I do in part grant the objection, and I've instructed the state to discuss that with the victim to tailor her comments to those appropriate for an impact statement at this point. So, Mr. Wood, I gave you an opportunity to discuss that with Ms. Hoban. Ms. Hoban, if you're ready to continue, apologies for the interruption, but we want to make sure the record's followed carefully here.
Thank you.
There will be more objections.
The type of vibe that was in the courtroom at the time was really hurtful to us. We were unable to be in our feelings and listen to the testimony without having extreme emotion. I'll say it this way. This was a woman who had killed her own children and was on trial for doing that and for killing Tammy, and felt that she could have had more respect for the family members in the courtroom. Tammy was a most excellent person, and she led her life with the utmost dignity and was beloved not only by our family, but by the community at large. There will be a huge void, and this is Tammy's story, and therefore it's part of our family history. This statement will not be about Lori. It will be about Tammy because it's her story. It's her life that was taken. She was a mom, a grandma, a daughter, a sister, a niece, a cousin, friend, and yes, she was a librarian. But more than a librarian, she was a teacher. She loved her job and went above and beyond for her students. Her last days filled with preparing a book fair for underserved children. I'm sure when she arrived home Friday, October 18th, 2019, she was very tired from a long day and the hours at school. As she got into bed that night, I would imagine she was thinking the same thing as every other night, nothing more than getting a good night's sleep once her eldest had checked in from his late night job. She had no idea what the plan was for that night, or what had been the plan for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, there had been quite a bit of discussion about how to get rid of the obstacles that Lori had. Lori had already killed 2 of her children. Tammy was next on her list of obstacle removal. Lori wanted money, sex, and more power, and what Lori wants, Lori gets. The plan was in place on how to get it. Instead of a good night's sleep, Tammy was brutally executed in her own bed. She was taken from us by murdering thieves. Lori sits here convicted and prepped for prison. And let's be honest, the only question left is for how long? But Tammy was robbed of her entire life. And all of her family robbed of ever seeing her again. Never will she whisper a joke with a friend and laugh. Never see another sunrise or a sunset. Never smell fresh rain or see her grandchildren stomp through a mud puddle. Never to hear being called grandma or mom. Not another birthday, Christmas, birth of a grandchild, or graduation from preschool. No seeing pictures of prom, first dates, or weddings. No searching for something fun to do or growing a garden. Never attending one of our families just for the girls' lunches where we reconnected from all over, laughed about the good old times. And the funny way that Grandma Cooper took pictures. And then we'd take photos with each other that we would compare at the next lunch. There would never be another hilarious rendition of Patty and her singing "Do Your Ears Hang Low." She'd never wave at a friend as they passed by. Make dinner for a sick friend. Never have a last conversation with her beautiful mother. Or one last kiss goodbye. No more of her dad's dad jokes or Samantha's outdoor parties. No more lining up with all of her siblings to get the photo at the next event. A life full of people she loved and who loved her deeply. Her life was snuffed out. To say heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, unbearable is not a big enough statement to convey knowing the way this most excellent existence was taken by planning and execution. The most innocent of lives was simply just discarded like it meant nothing, but it did. And like all of Lucille's grandchildren, her life was a vibe. It was a valiant and unreproachable life. Lori, you participated in the savage murders of precious people of great value and worth. It is most likely something that you would probably never understand, to be selfish and just to live life in a simple way, enjoying life for what it is, to love, to be loved, to smile, and to be smiled at. But while you had a shameful relationship with Tammy's husband and planned out a murder, Tammy lived her life. She supported her family in every way. And for you to turn her home where she lived and slept into a cemetery, her two innocent and beautiful children, is one of the most horrific things I can think of. Tammy would have been horrified to know what you had done and at his brokenness as a family. You are now going to pay the price, albeit never sufficient in this life. It's all that we can do. I hope that the life you live is filled with fear and that every day you are terrified, just the way that beautiful Tylee lived in fear for hers and sweet JJ as you continue terrifying her by saying they would be zombies. And she knew the consequences of being what you called dark. Tylee had many wonderful friends that loved her, and in a cruel irony, my granddaughter was a good friend to Tylee. This friend group can still to this day not speak of Tylee freely. They are so stuck in their grief and sadness for their friend who is savagely brutalized and murdered at her mother's hands. It's unconscionable to them, and the grief is still overwhelming. In closing, I would like to thank all of the law enforcement, the FBI, the investigators, the prosecutors, the administration. Everybody has worked so diligently on this case. I especially want to thank those who had to see those things that can't be unseen. We understand your pain also, and grateful for the many, many hours of hard work and dedication and the search for the truth. Thank you, Judge. I trust that you will do the correct penalty for this. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoban, thank you for your impact statement. Mr. Wood.
The next victim will be Kay Woodcock.
All right, Ms. Woodcock.
Welcome, Bailey. Welcome as a jury member. It's a tough day. This testimony is always emotional. Good to have you here, Bailey.
Good day, Judge Boyce. I want to express my thanks and appreciation for being able to speak publicly today on the impact of the defendant's actions. Thank you. 80, 1,401, 1,481, 1, 72, 1,536, 0, 52, 8, 72, 319, and finally, 1 million. These are more than just numbers and very important numbers and will make sense as I continue. 80 days ago, on May 12, 2023, the word guilty was read for each of the charges inmate Daybell is being sentenced for today. Guilty, the word cemented what I had known for 1,401 days, was returned by the jury. The jury devoted their time, energy, and dedication to deliver justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. for every single heinous crime charged. Our family is eternally grateful for their sacrifice. Justice would not have been possible without the time, perseverance, and tireless work every member of multiple law enforcement agencies, prosecution team, court personnel, and the court. Our appreciation and thanks can never be expressed in a way that will adequately or effectively convey our gratitude. Today marks 1,481 days that have been filled with terror. One was the day my brother Charles was murdered. It took over 30 hours for the defendant to finally send a cold-hearted text to Charles's sons, informing them that their father was dead. No phone call, no explanation as to how, when, and where. Colin Zach immediately called me, hoping this was a cruel joke.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, as this has nothing to do with this case.
It's overruled, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
You can continue, Ms. Woodcock.
This was the beginning of her cruel campaign of terror, a campaign that resulted in the deaths of JJ and Tylee, two innocent children, and Tammy, a devoted mother, grandmother, and wife. Our intense fear for JJ's safety began the very moment we learned of Charles's death. We knew Lori didn't want JJ anymore, as we had seen her abandon him for 72 days with little to no concern of his well-being. We now understand that this was so she could carry on her illicit and torrid affair with Chad Daybell and to conspire with him to murder and profit from my brother's death. With the number of divorces in Larry's past, it took me a while to understand why my brother had to die. I now realize what a nothing Chad Daybell is, a man with no ability to support anyone, no success of his own, a user of the weak-minded, a lazy, good-for-nothing, spineless man that rode his wife's coattails of success. After learning of Charles's death, I immediately began reaching out to Lori. I began calling, leaving voicemails, and texting. Finally, after 3 long hours, I received a brief text with 0 details. She couldn't be bothered or felt too guilty to pick up a phone and call, this time his sister, and explain what happened. It set out so many alarms for Larry and I. Within minutes, we were on the phone with an Arizona detective learning the horrifying truths of my brother's murder. This all began with greed, the greed for and desire for a $1 million life insurance policy. She should have answered my calls. She should have spoken to me. I would have given her the money. She could have let JJ and Tylee live and had $1 million. She could have been free to be Chad's mistress and foot the bill with the money from spilled blood. JJ and Tylee could have been with us living happy lives. Instead, she took all that away, all because she is a money-hungry, power-mongering monster. We flew to Arizona the next morning and were finally able to meet with the detective shortly after. We learned the frightful details of my brother being ambushed by Lori and Alex. I know my brother, and what we were hearing made no sense to the kind, gentle, and generous and loving man we knew him to be. After hearing the details, our immediate concern was JJ's safety. We had no legal rights to JJ. This simply left our hands tied. We were powerless then and have felt overwhelmingly powerless since. It is the most unwanted and terrible feeling to be in that position. I pray no one ever must deal with this type of circumstance. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I would say not even Lori or Chad, but their evil and malicious plans are why we are here. She has shown no grief for the lives she willingly took or the pain she caused. Today, I take the power back by standing here speaking out loud of all the pain and loss she caused. I pray that my words will assist you. My sincerest hope is that they will be seriously contemplated in imposing a sentence for her cruel and heinous crimes. During the trial, a lot of information was shared about JJ's death. Today, I want to share how he lived. That is truly the only way to understand and know who he was and the gaping hole his death has left in our hearts and in this world. Kanan Todd Trahan came into this world fighting on May 25th, 2012, 10 weeks premature and weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. He was transferred to a hospital with neonatal intensive care unit within minutes of being born, where he spent weeks fighting to grow and live. I remember seeing him for the first time. My son Todd, his biological father, and I had followed the ambulance to the hospital. He was about 2 hours old when we were finally able to see him. He was so tiny and looked so fragile. In fact, I still have one of his tiny preemie diapers. It fits in the palm of my hand. As soon as I laid my eyes on him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the tiniest version of my son, Todd, who was also seeing him for the first time. Todd struck with the love for him that can't be explained. The love that hits new parents can't be put into words. I remember him later saying, "How can I love someone I've never met this much?" It is a feeling I and millions of others have experienced at the birth of a child. Lori, Todd forgives you. I wanted to make sure you know that. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he could be released to Larry and I in a few days. When we were initially asked if Kanan could come home with us, Larry and I didn't hesitate and immediately said yes, even though it had been 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with their many medical needs. The only place we wanted him to be at home with us was at home with us. The night before he was discharged, I stayed in a little room next to the NICU, talking to the nurses and learning all the little things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, when it was time to leave, the nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat, and I will get you out of here." I looked at her and kind of perplexed. "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She gave me a smile and a little chuckle and then let me know it's hospital policy for discharged babies. So I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital just like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substances in his tiny little body. He was healthy and ready to come home well before he was expected, and my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and oh so very special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. His first night home, as I bathed him, he cried so hard, and I cried right along with him. My heart was so heavy with all that he had been through in just the few short weeks since his birth. After his bath and still crying, my husband Larry, who JJ called Pawpaw, asked me to hand Kanan to him. He placed our baby Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head, rhythmically patted his back. Larry kept patting and breathing warmth onto the top of his head until he finally relaxed, stopped crying, and fell asleep. This became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so that Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light. Larry jumped in feet first at 65 years old and did all the things a young and new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us a new strength. Kanan was our strength and we were his comfort. His first 6 months were spent going to countless appointments. We went to appointments with doctors, heart, kidney, and urology problems, then to appointments for speech and occupational therapy, as well as visits to other pediatricians for a host of medical problems. We were always going from one appointment to another, constantly working to help him thrive and grow. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it became inevitable for me to cry. It deeply wounded me to see him go through so much, but I also felt immense pride in seeing him grow and how much love and happiness he gave to us and everyone that met him. My sister Susan had a special bond with Kanan and spent her days watching him so that I could work. She used to take him for walks, pushing his stroller endlessly. She could get him to belly laugh with silly animal noises, especially the froggy noise. There is no sweeter sound than a baby with an ecstatic belly laugh. Memories of the time spent watching Canaan grow, discovering his hands, toes, and feet, are all Susan has left of that special bond, and the immense grief of his loss is overwhelming. At 6 months old, the time came for the surgery he needed to repair a hernia. Charles and Lori flew to be with us at the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. This was a scary moment in time for us. Our tiny little man was undergoing surgery, and their support meant so much to us. After his surgery, Lori insisted I take the sofa as she slept overnight on the floor of the hospital room. Later, the decision was made to let Charles and Lori adopt Canaan. I knew she would always be 1,000% involved in his care, and I knew it would be okay since I witnessed that. She would always be there to help support and care for Canaan. That is part of why this is so hard. How does a woman that would go to that length for a baby boy a few short years later brutally take his life? It is mind-blowing, and I will never understand it. Charles and Lori were granted custody a short time later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved every minute of raising him. We poured all our love, energy into ensuring he grew and thrived. We knew our unconditional love, and that time was priceless. Canaan's growth and milestones were clear evidence for our love for him. We knew the adoption was the best decision for his future. To have energetic parents, siblings, and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have in Lake Charles, Louisiana. With his departure, we felt a grief that really can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We had barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's front steps to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker, and I swear I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us. He had missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, JJ wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. There it was, the connection. It was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with JJ. We were always in love, comfort, and safety. JJ's adoption was final in July of 2014, and Charles and Lori moved with the kids to Hawaii, living in a house that backed up to a closed golf course, and it was perfect for JJ. It was like having the biggest backyard ever, and it was heaven for him. He would go outside, and he would run and run and run and run, and I ran and ran to chase him and catch up to him. Somehow, he never, ever ran out of energy. JJ also had no fear, and everything was an adventure. He climbed on everything, and he could do it in the blink of an eye. We have pictures sent from Charles of JJ sitting on top of refrigerators and cabinets with a grin on his face. Listening to testimony during the trial and hearing the defendant claim to others that he turned into a demon for doing what he had always done devastates me. How dare she take his energy and adventurous nature and turn it into a reason to further her murderous conspiracy? We would visit Hawaii every 4 to 5 months and stay 10, 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. On one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana home cooking to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool. He poured ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits with Charles or Lori, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were in stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. However, when we would visit, we would have him sleep with us. JJ would ask Pawpaw to pat his back, just like when he was a baby, and fall asleep. He would sleep until 9 or 10, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever in JJ. Lori loved to entertain and have family visit, ours and hers. She invited family and friends to Hawaii and friends from Hawaii to Arizona. 0 is the number. That same mother murdered that same child she expressed her deep appreciation for. It is mind-boggling, and I don't think I will ever be able to understand it. Back to JJ, he was incredibly smart. He was reading at middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with JJ and on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, so you can imagine my surprise and delight. As we stood there, he would occasionally stumble on a syllable or pronunciation, but we took the time to go through the words and helped him learn. As he got a little older, his special education school in Arizona told Charles he was a math savant. He could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he be? What did Lori deprive the world of? JJ loved school, loved his family, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy. The two of them had such a special bond and love for each other. There are so many lives he touched, from family, teachers, neighbors, and church members, that all feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. Not only was JJ smart, but he was also funny, content, healthy, compassionate, and an empathetic child. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those. But instead, with his gentle touch and speaking in soft tones, he would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see or sense they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting with his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous oak tree, playing the drums on buckets and pots and pans. The joy he exuded and shared cannot be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in, and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will get for the rest of my life, and I will only have the precious memories to cling to. Now memories are how I feel the love I so desperately miss due to the heinous acts of his mother, the deplorable woman that chose to be his mother, the woman that 5 years earlier made the conscious decision to stand in front of a judge and swore to provide for, care, love, and protect him. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. There was never any doubt that Tylee was an absolute mama's girl. When she was little, she adored Lori. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. While Charles and Lori lived in Austin, we visited frequently. On one of our visits, we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that had been made into a horse, complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her, and she needed something girly just for her, and she loved it. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one of them being, "Do not enter." And as you can assume, even though JJ could read and understand the notes, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would storm into her room and she would laughingly tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose, just to tease and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him and JJ, loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. The love they have for each other is captured in the last photo taken of them, both grinning and hugging each other. Hauntingly, this photo was taken shortly before and by the defendant hours before she murdered her own child, her sweet girl, Tylee. I have a niece that is a few months younger than JJ. Her name is Maddie. She and JJ loved each other and would spend days playing together when Charles and JJ would visit. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, that huge grin that kids get during the singing, hit me like a truck. I grabbed the keys from Larry and ran to the car, and I just bawled and bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. I knew then that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. $1,536. That is how many days it has been since I've seen JJ, and how many days since I was able to see that same candlelit glowing grin and from being sung happy birthday. You see, the last time I was able to hug and kiss JJ was in May of 2019 when we celebrated his 7th birthday. It is just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love of another birthday because his mother is greedy and his life was expendable to her. We never know when one of those moments are going to hit, but I can tell you that there have been too many situations in the past few years where we get slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone in his life, all because his materialistic, self-centered mother cruelly and brutally stole his life and him from the world. Lori's acts of depravity, cruelty, and betrayal have no limits. She murdered and stole JJ's daddy from him on July 11th, 2019. Next, she was trying to sell Bailey, JJ's adored and cherished service dog, his shadow and his best friend. When caught, she was confronted and forced to give Bailey back to his original trainer. I can't imagine how that impacted JJ. Bailey went everywhere with him and provided him so much security and happiness. 52. That's how many days after Charles's death she waited, continuing her trail of destruction by taking JJ away from his home, his family, his school, his sense of well-being and normalcy by moving to Rexburg. JJ and Tylee were isolated and deprived of everything and everyone they knew and loved. 8. That's how many days later until another act of treachery with the murder and desecration of Tylee. The immense sorrow I feel in thinking of JJ's last days and week cannot be measured. How did he cope with the shockwave of change, confusion, and chaos? Being autistic and just a child in general, he thrived and excelled with his routines and schedules, and nothing was routine at that point. How much grief and fear did he experience? The loss of his dad, his world was upside down. During those 2 months, I continually asked, to the point of pleading with Lori to let us visit JJ. She only agreed once and then canceled. The trip was for JJ to attend Charles's memorial services back home in Louisiana. Our FaceTime calls, something that had been the norm, were cut shorter and shorter until our last call on August 10th of 2019 that lasted for 35 seconds. This all started with her greed. Her greed for a $1 million life insurance policy and her lust for Chad. 72 days, that is how many days it took Lori to take everything from JJ. He lost his dad, his home, his best friend Bailey, his beloved big sister, and his life, all in 72 days. My sister said it best. My sister Susan said it best. She killed him slowly by taking away everything that mattered. The following 9 months were pure hell. Nothing else can describe the feeling of not knowing where the children were. We were continually learning more about the evil that the defendant was involved with, and our fears continued to mount daily. 319. That's how many days from the last time we were able to FaceTime with JJ until the moment we learned the children had been found in Chad Daybell's backyard, buried like animals. When the call came, a sound escaped me that only can be described as guttural. Our worst fears were confirmed and we were destroyed. The grief my family and I have endured is immeasurable. Lori cruelly took my big brother, Charles, my adorable grandson, JJ, and my beautiful niece, Tylee, and sweet Tammy, whose family I've come to know and love. Lori is undeniably a monster that has not taken any responsibility or shown an ounce of remorse for her vile actions. She deserves to never again breathe oxygen as a free member of society. Her actions, dismissive behavior, and disinterest in court proceedings continue to validate her lack of accountability and remorse or any possibility to be rehabilitated. Lori Cox Daybell is a danger to society. Her body and manipulative mind are weapons used for her selfish greed and satisfaction. We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I think the court ruled on this particular portion of her statement. I'm going to ask that the court enforce that.
Give me a moment. Let me review the section of the written PSI in the court's previous order.
So
the objection's overruled. This is not the section the court struck from the statement, so you can continue. Ms. Woodcock.
Good job, Judge.
We firmly believe that she has zero mental illness that drove her to commit these heinous acts. Rather, she is driven by her greed and need to be the center of attention. During the trial, a jail call was played between Lori and her son Colby as she continued her manipulation. Today, it feels especially poignant. Quoting Lori, "They have made all these judgments. They think they know what happened. They think they know who's responsible. They think they know everything, but you don't know because you weren't there. And one day you will know. One day you will know what actually happened." Those are her words. It is the one truth that Lori has told since the beginning of her campaign of terror. We do know what actually happened and who is responsible. Lori. Today is the day that she will finally be punished for her manipulation, cruelty, and criminal acts. She has shown no remorse for the murders, the lying, the deceit, or the pain. During the trial, we heard Lori deflect and minimize her sister's grief. We heard her exclaim that she was trying to go on with life, that she needed to be happy, all while she was dancing on the beach and her children were buried in Chad's backyard. Only someone with no remorse tries to justify the cold-blooded murder of her children with her needs. We wholeheartedly believe she was not only complicit, but was an active participant in both JJ and Tylee's murders, making her crimes even more reprehensible. Your Honor, my family and I pray for nothing. Okay. We trust your wisdom in determining the sentence for the fraud. Sorry about that too. Strike that.
She's trying to comply with the rules here.
We believe there should never be a reason for her to be released from prison. She deprived JJ, Tylee, and Tammy of that right and should never be given what she so easily took from them. I'll leave with two final numbers. 3 for the 3 people who were murdered, who we will never forget. And finally, the number 1 for the defendant, the person that will never matter again once we walk out the door.
All right, Ms. Woodcock, thank you for the victim impact statement. Mr. Wood, are there any other statements to be offered into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. We've been asked to read Colby Ryan's statement into the record, and so I'll do that now.
Very well.
As the older brother to Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and the son of Charles Vallow, I want to say the generations have been affected by these murders. My children will never know their uncle, their aunt or grandfather, or even their own grandmother. Tylee and J.J. brought so much light into this world. With their lives being stolen, I would like to share this. I believe that nothing could or will ever be the same. Tylee will never have an opportunity to become a mother, wife, or have the career she was destined to have. She will never be able to have the life she deserved. JJ will never be able to grow and spread his light with this world the way he did. He will never have a chance to grow up. My girls will never have a chance to know them in this life. My siblings and father deserve so much more than this. I want them to be remembered for who they were and not to be just a spectacle or a headline to the world. Tylee was sweet and kind, funny and bold, and she deserves to be seen as such. JJ was the most fun, sweet, and silly kid I'd ever known, loving and so smart. He deserves to be seen as such. Charles was a loving, kind, and generous father, and he did everything he could to help and provide for everyone around him. He deserves to be seen as that. This has affected me personally more than I could ever possibly put into words. I've lost my entire family in life. I lost the opportunity to share life with the people I love the most. I've watched everything crumble and be shredded to pieces. I have lost my sister, brother, father, and my mother. I've lost cousins and family, friends, and everything in between. These murders have changed everyone's life who loved these beautiful people, but I still know that God is above holding them in his arms and will provide a life after this to reunite. I pray for healing for everyone involved, including those who took the lives of all the ones we love. Thank you.
All right, the court's considered that statement as well at this point then. Mr. Wood, are there any other victim impact statements to read into the record?
No.
Very well. At this time then, as I mentioned, I'll move forward and have the state make its sentencing recommendations. After that, then the defense may make their recommendations. So Mr. Wood, you can commence with the state's sentencing recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to start with the question. What is the value of a human life? What is the value of the life of a 16-year-old girl with her life ahead of her? What is the value of a life of a 7-year-old boy with special needs? What is the value of the life of a mother and a grandmother? No matter how we look at what we are doing here today, we are calculating and assigning a value for the lives of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. The defendant, now a convicted murderer, by her heinous and egregious acts, has assigned a value of 0 to each of these lives. The sentence imposed by the court today will represent the value that our community, through our court, places on the lives of these 3 victims. To the people of Idaho, this day should be more about the victims than the defendant. This court has multiple factors it must consider today, including the sentencing factors found in Idaho Code 19-2521. Justice requires the court to view all of the factors it will consider through the lens of the value of the lives of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. We echo the sentiments made by the victims or in the victim impact statements, and we just briefly speak about these immediate victims. Tylee Ryan was born on September 24th of 2002. She was murdered between September 8th and 9th of 2019. People who knew her called her witty, charming, intelligent. She'd received her GED in order to graduate early. We know she often cared for her brother. In evidence, we had videos of her with him, and she would call him my JJ. She loved Hawaii. She loved the beach. She had friends and family who loved her very much on both her father and her mother's side. Her father was Joseph Ryan, who predeceased her in 2018. Her older brother is Colby Ryan, with whom she shared a special bond. After Joseph Ryan died, Tylee, as this court knows, was the recipient of Social Security benefits. And she actually shared a lot of those with her brother Colby, because that's the type of person she was. In serving search warrants, we accessed her Instagram account, where we learned that she was intensely loyal to her own mother. From her finances, we know she was a typical teenager. She liked to have fun. She was also independent and responsible. JJ Vallow was born May 25th of 2012, and he was murdered between September 22nd and 23rd of 2019. As we heard earlier, he was initially born as Kanan Todd Trahan in less than ideal circumstances and was initially raised by his grandparents. He was then adopted by the defendant and her husband, Charles Vallow. He was loved by his family and friends. He loved to travel. Tammy Daybell was born May 4th, 1970, and she was murdered on October 19th, 2019. She was a mother of 5 children, and she's now a grandmother. She was a school librarian and educator. We know from her phone and from witnesses, she loved her children intensely. She was physically active, and she was kind. This court laid out the procedural history of the case. I'm just going to briefly touch on some dates that are important to the state and we think are important in terms of sentencing. The defendant met Chad Daybell in October of 2018, and within a year, her husband Charles Vallow was dead, her children were dead, and her boyfriend's wife was dead. In late August, early September of 2019, the defendant moved to Rexburg with Tylee and JJ and her co-conspirator and brother Alex Cox. Tylee was last seen on September 8th, 2019, and JJ was last seen September 22nd, 2019. Tammy Daybell was last seen on October 19th. On November 5th, barely more than 2 weeks after Tammy was murdered, this defendant married her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell. November of 2019, Rexburg police were contacted regarding a Jeep that was involved in a shooting in Maricopa County, Arizona. Later that month, JJ Vallow was reported missing, and an investigation was furthered into Tammy's death, and law enforcement became aware that Tylee was missing. On December 12th, Tammy Daybell was exhumed. The next day, Alex Cox, one of the defendant's co-conspirators, died in Arizona. At the end of that December, the search for the children became public, and there was no response from the defendant or her co-conspirator. In January of 2020, the defendant was served with an order to produce children, and there was no response. Charges were filed for abandonment of minor children. And I want to be clear, the defendant had a right to silence. She did not have a right to disobey the order of the court to produce the bodies of her children. The Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the Idaho Attorney General's Office devoted thousands of hours of work into looking for Tylee and JJ and to investigating the death of Tammy Daybell. On June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ were found in the defendant's husband's backyard. On May 24th of 2021, the defendant was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree murder of JJ Vallow and grand theft by deception, the murder of JJ Vallow, the conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell, and grand theft. And the defendant was convicted by a jury of her peers in Ada County on all counts on May 12th of this year. This court is required to consider the factors in Idaho Code 19-2521 subparen A in sentencing. And that particular statute reads, the goals of sentencing include the primary consideration of the protection of society, followed by the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, deterrence of the individual and the public generally, and punishment or retribution for wrongdoing, and the impact on the victim. I want to talk about protection of society. This defendant has proven by her actions that she is dangerous to society. In Idaho alone, she was involved with 3 murders in a space of 6 weeks. While she's not convicted yet, I think the court can acknowledge that she faces 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in Maricopa County. 2 of the murders in Idaho were her own children. This defendant violated the most sacred trust that exists in society, that between a mother and her children. And she did it for gain. She did it for money. A defendant who is willing to murder her own children is willing to murder anyone. Society can only be protected from this defendant by a life sentence without the chance of parole. There is no indication that upon murdering for financial gain, that she feels any remorse. The amount of murders in her ledger show us she will seek to obtain money through murder again if released. And again, only a sentence of life without parole will satisfy the court's mandate to protect society. Courts required to consider risk reduction through rehabilitation. And it's tempting to just say there's no rehabilitation possible. What is rehabilitation? It's the process of restoring a person to normal and a constructive place in society. Some crimes render a criminal unable to fully be rehabilitated as a functioning member of society. Some crimes are so heinous that you simply lose your place among the rest of us. Killing your own children and your boyfriend's wife are these types of crimes. Rehabilitation requires remorse and acceptance of responsibility. And there is literally zero evidence that this defendant feels remorse or responsibility for her crimes. The court heard victims talk about her behavior at trial, and I think that was an indicator that she lacks remorse, that she lacks accountability. The only way to rehabilitate this defendant at any level is to make her face the consequences of her heinous crimes that she has committed. And that is only possible through a sentence of life in prison without any chance of release. This court is required to consider deterrence of the individual and the public. Again, deterrence requires accountability. She has none. One thing that has been so shocking about these crimes is where it happened. Fremont and Madison County, Idaho. These are fairly rural areas. These are low crime areas. And I would note that this defendant, despite being labeled oftentimes by the media as a Rexburg, Idaho mother, is not a Rexburg, Idaho mother. She's not from Rexburg. She actually spent very little time here before she was arrested. And our community was left reeling by these crimes. The sentence that the court imposes today will be a message. And the citizens of these 2 counties have a right to the message, don't come here and commit these crimes. The citizens of these counties don't live these type of lives, and we don't want people to come here and commit these crimes. And this court has a responsibility to send that message, to give a sentence that gives that deterrence. It's the state's position that only a sentence of life without parole will send the proper message of deterrence both to this defendant and the public. And in line with deterrence, if these crimes don't merit that type of sentence, the state's unaware of what kind of crimes would. Finally, the court is required to consider punishment and retribution and the impact on the victim. The obvious impact of the defendant's crimes against Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell was death. And we can't ask Tylee, J.J., and Tammy about that experience because they're gone. They don't have a voice. We can't ask them what it felt like to be murdered. We can't ask them about the impact of their last moments. We have to instead look at the evidence and glean what we can regarding the impact of the murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. This court sat through a trial. This court saw the same evidence that the state saw, that the defendant saw, the jury saw. This court was the custodian of that. And so this court has seen how horrific these crimes were. And I want to talk individually about the impact of these crimes on these victims. So what was the impact on Tylee? We don't even know how she died. And why is that? Because her body was mutilated, it was dismembered, and it was burnt beyond recognition. We only know for a surety that it was her because of DNA testing. Her body was utterly destroyed, and she was buried in a pet cemetery next to animals. Her skull was literally separated from her body and was destroyed in such a manner we couldn't even tell 100% from dental records if it was her. The defendants put her body in a green bucket that melted from the heat of her burning flesh and put it on top of her skull in a pet cemetery. The impact of this crime on this victim was horrendous. We know she had puncture wounds in her pelvis, and we know from the testimony of Dr. Christensen at trial that those puncture wounds were received at or near the time of death, and they were consistent with stabbing, but not consistent with dismemberment. Again, the impact of the murder of Tylee was horrendous. And this impact will continue. Tylee will never get to become a mother, as we heard earlier. She will never have the opportunity to go to college. She won't get to choose a career to satisfy her curiosity or make any of the other decisions that young adults get to make for themselves. She won't get to travel the world. She won't get to marry. She won't get to be there for her brother Colby or her brother JJ. She won't get to spend time with her other family members. The impact of murder never ends. So the defendant's sentence must last equally as long. I want to talk about the impact on J.J. Vallow. Again, we can't speak to him, but we've seen the evidence. We know that he died from asphyxiation from duct tape in a plastic bag wrapped around his head. The evidence showed that there was a struggle. And what was the impact on that little boy's mind as he fought for his life? His last moments must have been filled with fear and betrayal. And what is the impact of being buried like a piece of trash rather than receiving a proper burial? This defendant and her co-conspirators showed a callous disregard for human life by the demeaning way they treated his and his sister's bodies. Similar to Tylee, JJ will never get to grow up. He will never be able to reach his potential. He won't spend time with family, friends, and loved ones. And what was the impact on Tammy Daybell? This defendant was not charged with the actual murder of Tammy Daybell, but she was charged with the conspiracy to murder her. and convicted of such charge. I would note conspiracy is not a lesser included of murder. It is an equal charge. We know that because the sentencing by statute is equal. It is equally as bad to conspire to murder as it is to murder. It's bad enough to steal someone else's spouse. But this crime rose to a whole other level of egregiousness because this defendant planned with her boyfriend the death of his wife. And when her brother and boyfriend committed that actual murder, she was vacationing on a beach in Hawaii. We don't know exactly what Tammy's last moments were like. We can't ask her. We know she had bruising on her body that appeared to be at or near the time of death. Like Tylee, like JJ, the impact on this victim continues. She won't get to spend time with her children. She can't give them advice. She can't be there for her grandchildren, her brothers, and her sister. She missed her mother's funeral. But the impact doesn't end with the individual and immediate victims. It spreads. It's the proverbial rock thrown in the lake that ripples and ripples and ripples. Murder tears at the fabric of society more than any other crime. Infanticide defies the law of nature. Mothers are meant to care for their children. When we consider the impact of the victim, it's appropriate for this court to consider the impact on the living victims as well. So when we talk about punishment, it has to match the crime. Not only do we need to protect society, do what we can to rehabilitate and deter, the punishment has to match the crime. Punishment must be, because this was the ultimate crime, killing your own children, killing your boyfriend's wife, the punishment must be the ultimate allowed by the law. And at this time, that is life sentences without parole. And we aren't asking that to be harsh. We're asking that because it's the right thing to do, because it's the only punishment that matches what this defendant did. I want to just briefly address some of the material found in the PSI. There are two mental health reports, one by Dr. Watson and one by Dr. Cunningham. Excuse me. And so what's in them? They say that this defendant suffers from a delusional disorder. She has grandiose and persecutory features, which I would note is something that many serious criminals have. It says she has hyper-religiosity with bizarre beliefs. More important, though, than what's in those reports, I want to talk about what's not in them. These are bare bones reports with barely anything more than alleged diagnosis. There's no analysis of her behavior, and that's important to note because psychologically we can tell more from what a person does than what they say. There's zero evidence provided or in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness contributed to her crimes. There's zero evidence in those reports that the defendant's alleged mental illness hindered her ability to know right from wrong. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelming that she did know right from wrong. She lied to the police, she lied to family members, and she lied to friends regarding the children of Tammy. Even their close friends who they shared some of these religious beliefs with, they lied to about the death of the children. And what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that Tylee and JJ didn't die because their mom thought they were possessed. If she truly believed that, she would have preached it because she preached all the time. She didn't tell anyone that because she knew why she killed them. She killed them for money. Her actions show afterwards, not a pattern of grieving. She goes on vacation to Hawaii. She gets married. In those reports, there's zero evidence provided of the defendant's mental state at the time of the crime. And again, all evidence shows that she was highly functioning at the time these crimes were committed. There's no evidence that she wasn't able to provide for her food, clothing, shelter, transportation. Again, she arranged a marriage. She arranged living in Hawaii. Again, and further in these reports, there's no prognosis other than there is one prognosis that states the defendant will make a positive adjustment to prison. Well, that's good because that's where she belongs and that's where she needs to go. Other than that, there's no treatment suggestions or discussion of possible treatment. Again, we'd ask this court to look at the defendant's behavior more than anything she says. At trial, the defense made it clear that they see Chad Daybell as the primary antagonist and that he should be blamed for these crimes and not the defendant. That was in the closing. I want to be very clear. This court is precluded today from even engaging in any analysis of that. Chad Daybell's guilt has not been determined yet, and this court cannot engage in some type of balancing analysis of guilt when he must be presumed innocent by this court until proven guilty. Upon being proven guilty, we can have that conversation, but not now. And further, even if he had been determined guilty, this defendant was charged with conspiracy. This is not a comparative fault case. On a conspiracy, if you're in for a penny, you're in for $1. And there's an important societal reason. There's an important reason that society has done that. It's bad enough when a person decides to commit a crime, especially one that includes victims. When a person teams up with another person and they agree to commit crimes, they become infinitely more dangerous. And so there is no comparative guilt. There is no comparative liability. This defendant has been found guilty by a jury, and that's all the court can consider in that regards. I would note this case is a perfect example of why we punish conspiracy the way we do, because of the damage that arose from these agreements to murder. So, Your Honor, for the sentence that the state recommends, before I state that, I ask this court to remember the victims and what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require? I note that the PSI made a recommendation, and it states, on January 3rd, 2023, the defendant's attorney filed a motion indicating they did not intend to raise a mental health defense. However, if she was convicted, they plan to submit information in support of mitigation during sentencing. It seems important to note that while she has been diagnosed with a mental illness, she had the mental capacity to fabricate a story regarding the whereabouts of her children, change Tylee's Social Security payments to her own account, plan a wedding to Mr. Daybell in Hawaii, attend a family vacation with Mr. Daybell's family, lie to them about not having minor children, and relocate to Hawaii. She did all this with the knowledge her children's bodies were buried on Mr. Daybell's property. Those closest to the defendant describe her as a loving and devoted mother. They indicate both children loved her very much. A mother is meant to protect her children. However, the defendant has been found guilty of the brutal murder of her children. The focus should be that 3 innocent people, Tylee, JJ, and Mrs. Daybell, were murdered. The sheer devastation of all the lives impacted by her abhorrent actions warrants punishment. Therefore, it is recommended she be sentenced to a period of incarceration under the custody of the Idaho State Board of Correction. As this court is aware, PSI writers don't give specific recommendations for what time an individual should spend in prison, but the state does have that. This court is aware that the state's position has always been that justice requires this defendant face the highest level of punishment for her crimes, which at this point is a life without parole sentence. The heinous nature of her crimes and the aftermath of those crimes show an utter and callous disregard for human life. She committed these crimes for remuneration and financial gain, and she has shown no remorse or accountability, and she sees herself as being above the law. She has shown contempt for these proceedings and the process of justice for her children and for Tammy Daybell. At this time, the ultimate punishment is fixed life sentences without the chance of parole. And so specifically, for count 1, for the conspiracy to murder Tylee Ryan and commit grand theft, the state asks and requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole. For count 2, the murder of Tylee Ryan, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 1. For count 3, the conspiracy to murder J.J. Vallow and to commit grand theft by deception, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. Consecutive sentences are justified here by the severity of the crimes, the fact that it involves different victims, and there was an appreciable amount of time between the murders of Tylee and J.J. For count 4, the murder of J.J. Vallow, the state asked for a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run concurrent with the fixed life sentence for count 3, but consecutive to the fixed life sentences for counts 1 and 2. For count 5, the conspiracy to murder Tammy Daybell, the state requests a sentence of fixed life without the chance of parole to run consecutive to the fixed life sentences previously requested. And for count 7, grand theft, the state requests the full sentence of 20 years. Pursuant to Idaho Code 195307, we request a fine of $5,000 to be paid to the next of kin of Tylee and JJ. I would note that Idaho Code 19-5307 includes a list of crimes, violent crimes, for which that payment to a victim may be granted. And it includes murder, but does not include conspiracy to commit murder. However, we'd also note that under Idaho Code, the punishment for murder is the same as the punishment, the punishment for conspiracy is the same for the punishment to commit murder. And so we'd ask for a $5,000 fine to be paid to the next of kin of Tammy Daybell. We'd ask for an order of restitution to the United States of America Treasury in the amount of $22,545, which amount was proven at trial to be the amount that was stolen from the Department of Treasury. I would note, Your Honor, compared to these other crimes, a grand theft does not seem like a big deal. But I would note that in context of these crimes, this grand theft is a big deal. It shows her contempt, not only for her children, it shows her contempt for everybody else, because that money belongs to everyone. Finally, pursuant to Idaho Code 18-112, we would ask for fines of $50,000 for each count of conspiracy and murder, for a total of $250,000 in fines. The state has essentially asked for the maximum sentence allowed under the law. The sentence is not only justified, it is necessary to satisfy the 4 goals of sentencing in Idaho. A sentence less than what the state has requested will not satisfy those goals. And I want to end, Your Honor, where I began. What is the value of a life? What is the value of Tylee Ryan's life? What is the value of J.J. Vallow's life? And what is the value of Tammy Daybell's life? Our communities and the people we represent, the value is great, it is immense, and it is immeasurable. No sentence given today will bring those victims back to their loved ones. There is no true justice for murder, so we have to do the best we can. And any sentence that would allow this defendant to even hope for release from prison would send a message that these communities don't value the victims' lives appropriately. Again, in regarding the goals of sentencing, we request this court make its decision pursuant to those goals and through the lens of what justice requires for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. These crimes were heinous. They were egregious. Again, she murdered her own children. They had a right to depend on her. Tylee and JJ had a right to be protected by her. She betrayed their trust in the most awful and horrific way imaginable. She profited from those murders. The defendant conspired to murder her boyfriend's wife. It wasn't enough to steal or to break the marriage. She wanted Tammy dead. And why? Well, there were $430,000 that they profited from that. And so what does justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy require? It requires this defendant never have a chance for freedom because her victims no longer have that. This defendant forfeit the remainder of her life to prison because her victims were forced to forfeit their lives. What is the value of a life? Thank you.
Now we'll see if there's anything said on the defense side. This would be the time that Lori gets to speak if she chooses to.
All right, Mr. Wood, there was just one point of clarification I wanted to have on the grand theft recommendation. You recommended a 20-year sentence on that, and I just wanted to clarify. I believe the maximum possible under Idaho's grand theft statute is 14 years.
That's correct, Your Honor. I apologize. It is 14 years. We would ask for the maximum 14 years.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Oh, Your Honor?
Yes.
We'd like to double check that. I think it might have changed.
They're going for the maximum on every
Your
single
Honor,
charge.
I believe that has been changed to 20 years.
And I think is that only if it's by extortion? I think there may be a limitation. I'll double check, counsel, and allow the defense to comment on that as well when they have their opportunity to speak. All right, we'll consider the recommendations of the state submitted at this time. I'm going to take a mid-morning break at this point. We do have a court reporter that has to take down all of this verbatim, which is a large task, and others may need to use the restroom. I'll note that given all of the people here, the facilities we have, that it will take some time. So I'll plan on a 30-minute recess, and then I'll have the defense, if they're ready to make their recommendations after the recess. Is that all right, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take our recess then, and we'll continue with the recommendations of the defense after break.
So we get a 30-minute recess here, and then we'll hear from the defense. They might list some mitigating factors or reasons to go for something less than the...
And let me just indicate, we'll have the audience and those in the gallery please wait while we have the defendant escorted out for security purposes. Once the bailiffs have given you the word that it's okay to exit the courtroom, you can do that, but please remain where you are until that.
Well, she's turned away from the audience.
Okay.
Okay.
He's right.
Let's see if Zoom stays up for this. Like it does. We've got a half-hour wait here. They did have victim impact statements. Yes, you'll have to go back and see those. We had a number of them read in person. They were not on camera. But one of them was read by the prosecutor.
I don't know what he's going to do.
I don't know who's running behind the judge's bench. But yeah, this is Idaho. Idaho does have a death penalty. They do have the death penalty, and they were initially pursuing it in this case. The problem is there was an error made by the prosecution. The error that affected Lori in her defense, and as a punishment to the prosecution, they were restricted from. Here we go. We just lost our feed. Okay, they were restricted from showing the. They were restricted from pursuing the death penalty, so it was taken off the table and not by their choice. I think honestly, had they not made that mistake in the process leading up to this, and I'm not sure if it was related to discovery or something. I forget. I'll have to look at that. I believe they would be, in this argument that we heard just now, they would be asking for the death penalty. But because that was taken off the table, it's not an option. All right, so we have half an hour. The judge is going to hear from the defense after that, and then he's going to make his ruling. This is not a jury that is choosing the sentence. This is the judge chooses the sentence here, and once it's done, it's done. Of course, the case is still open until all the appeals are finished or worked through. So there's a chance, and some of the objections that the attorneys were making today during it looks bad, but during the victim impact statements, you've got crying relatives on the stand trying to share their feelings, and the defense is like, Your Honor, I object. It seems heartless, it seems cruel, and it is, and it's in bad taste, and it should only be done if really, really needed. In this case, it's done to preserve the integrity of their appeal, their ability to appeal and say this was done improperly because they don't agree with what was shared. But that's why they objected, and they objected to almost all the witnesses that did testify. Let's see, is this Utah or Idaho? It's Idaho. Yep, Idaho. Does she go to Arizona next? Arizona is waiting in the wings, Kim. They are waiting to prosecute her for another conspiracy charge. And that will be they can't wait. They're like, wait for it. I believe Arizona provided some of their evidence to Idaho in this prosecution to help Idaho out. Now Arizona's like, okay, now it's our turn. Send her down this way, and I believe they will pursue that. Let's see. I believe it had to do with the speedy trial that death was taken off the table. State did not get into info to defense on time. Right. Ivy Berlin says, I got a gut feeling she will speak. She loves the attention unless she's annoyed by everything and everyone. What do you think? This is a coin toss. I will tell you, it won't help her because this is like deathbed repentance. Okay, that's what this sort of appears like to me. Because look at her behavior all throughout the trial. Look at the very beginning. She still thinks the same way. She's acted the same way, and then at the very end, after the sentence has come back, she's like, okay, now I'm remorseful. It's too little, too late, I think. So no matter what she says, it's not going to count. It's not going to help her at all. Okay. Super bad optics for the fence. It does look bad. It does, and I don't know if that's why they're sweating so profusely. Or if it's just hot there. It has been hot over there. What can she say? She has nothing. I don't know. She's probably limited to what she can say as well. She can't just get up there and just rant. This isn't going to be like a Darrell Brooks moment. It's going to be just like the victim impact statements were limited. She's got to keep it focused within a certain realm as well if she does speak. Let's see. Chat's going fast. I'm trying to keep up here. If you have something that you'd like me to respond to, do what Chad P did here and just tag me, just at Recovery Addict. That way it shows up in orange like this on my screen, and I'll be able to answer. The way she sat through the impact statements shows how little she cares. Right. Just lean back, just kicking back. That was it was disrespectful. I'll say that. We've got Amber on the phone now. Amber, how are you doing today?
What's going on? I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing great. Are you driving?
I am driving.
Are you
That's
safe?
why I was calling.
That's why you're not on. That's why you're not on a video call, right?
Right.
It's good to hear you laugh. What's up?
Oh, thank you. It's been rough the last few days for sure, but I'm doing better, thankfully. So thank you for everybody's praise and positive vibes and thoughts and prayers. It's much appreciated.
Wonderful.
However,
yeah.
On to today. There's one thing I want to clarify with Lori Vallow and death penalty. So part of that issue was with all of her mental incompetencies. That is when they first decided to take death penalty off the table, and then along came the speedy trial problem because Chad Daybell's case kept getting continued, and Lori's was not. They weren't.
That's when they got severed. Originally, they
Correct.
were sitting side by side. It was going to be one court, both defendants together, but they ended up getting severed.
So I think more so the death penalty being removed was because of the mental incompetency coming into play so frequently. The last mental incompetency hearing that they had, I believe, is when the judge had finally had enough and said death penalty off the table. But Chad is still on for the death penalty, so it is still a player of sorts in his case.
I know that the removing it from the table was definitely it could have been on the table up until the judge removed it for that prosecution error. And but there was discussion obviously with her mental health, whether or not they would be able to, or if that would be going for too much. There was a time where she was not ruled not fit to stand trial at the time, and then was ruled that she was fit to stand trial. So it's
her case bounced back and forth more so than a basketball player dribbling down the court. It was terrible.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to
Absolutely
see.
Terrible.
It'll be interesting to see in Chad's case, because that goes to court. The same players, the same judge, the same prosecutors. That goes to court. A different defense team, I believe, but that goes to court. On early April is when it starts next year. It'll be interesting to see.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder, with all of the manipulation and all of that Lori's done. I know Chad has been pushing to try and have cameras in the courtroom, and Voice has shut that down entirely. However, I wonder if Chad is going to try and bring John Thomas onto his team once they conclude Lori's case, because at that point, there's no longer a conflict of interest.
That would be interesting. Not that I want to see him anymore, but
Me either.
see him join as a co-counsel.
How crazy would that be?
That would be very bizarre, and I wouldn't like that, but I can see it happening. The differences in their two cases and their two opinions. You mentioned the cameras. Chad wants cameras. Lori didn't. Hopefully that will play out differently with the judge, because the judge, when he's ruling on the cameras in the courtroom, a lot of it is so that the defendant gets a fair trial. And if the defendant is saying, hey, this is a problem, it ranks higher. But if the defendant's saying, hey, I want this openness, and then he says, no, you can't have it, then it's the other side. So he has to sort of weigh what they want quite heavily. So hopefully the courtroom will be open with video.
Well, here's the next problem, though, is that his case is still in the same county. Am I right? Last I looked,
yeah,
it was all in the same county. So how in the world is he getting a fair trial to begin with in that same county?
I don't know. This was such a big case, and this is rural Idaho. Okay, it's rural.
It is.
It's small town. Everybody hears about it. I don't know how they don't. It might have to be moved, but we'll see.
I can't imagine that they don't.
The Amber that's on the phone. This is Calypson's Vixen on chat. She's one of our great mods. She's a document hound. She's also over on Discord. Just a great true crime addict and document hound, and she helps me out a ton, and she's a great editor for the cursey words when we have to skip those. Thank you, Amber.
The live stream buffer.
Yep, live stream buffer. I appreciate you. That's fun things to think about. Hearing more of John. Not sure about that.
I'm sorry if I totally just jinxed this.
Yeah. I don't know. He looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He's sweating profusely there, and he appears to be the only person doing it.
I think maybe he's going to retire. I think maybe he's going to retire.
Yeah, and
I think this case may have did him in.
He'd retire with the last case being a big L, because he lost this one.
Yeah.
Really, the deck was stacked against him. But
how do you feel about? I mean, the victim impact statements were hands down amazing. Woodcock did incredible.
They were good. It sounded like the judge had previously reviewed them, and
yes, they had a hearing on Friday because there was a huge issue with certain people of Tammy's family wanting to provide victim impact. The sister was not going to be giving victim impact because Tammy's dad was wanting to give victim impact, but they compromised, and sister ended up reading dad's statement.
Yeah. The way that it was done, compare this to, say, like the Parkland shooter case, or we've seen some very fiery victim impact statements that went outside the realm of just the impact on this victim. Some states allow that. Some states allow quite a bit of just about what, hey, you're hurt by this incident. Whatever you want to say, you can vent. And we've seen that, and it's gone crazy. I mean, the curse words, the attacks, the threats even, they've been bizarre. Idaho is very strict on this, and so they...
Yeah, and I'm surprised, even with how strict they are, I'm surprised they still let the victim impact statements address the defendant directly.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that.
Because that's not usually the case.
That's almost universal in the U.S. You're talking to the judge, the court, not the defendant.
But how about that Rob Wood statement for the state? I don't think he could have done any better.
It was awesome.
With that.
And he was the only person that could have said some of the things he said during that. Some of what he said was 100%. Inappropriate during for a victim impact statement. So to remind the court and put all that together, it was really good. News outlets are saying that she was smirking throughout this part of the hearing. We saw that we've got a very bad view. I mean, this is like a USB camera on a computer pointed across the room at the whole room, and we're trying to zoom in and see one person's face. So it's difficult. There's only so much I can do to beef up the picture, but we're trying to get the best reaction.
Go back. Speaking of her reaction, she was laughing her behind off when Kay Woodcock was up there. But if you go back to Tammy Daybell's sister, when she said not even the angels were going to come and save you, the reaction she gave, you didn't have to see a tear fall from her face. You could just see the immense disgust and disdain for that woman in those words that she said.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Not even the angels will come save you. Absolutely insane.
That literally is pointed at a belief that Lori has that in this, they say hyper-religiosity. That's a big word. I can't get that. Hyper-religious, basically. She has these beliefs that their little cult with Chad and her, that they've sort of developed and embellished. And originally they built on more of a religion and then sort of completely went opposite, ended up somewhere completely different. But in this belief system, they think that they are almost like heavenly beings here on earth, that they have powers, that they'll have protection, that they'll have, that nobody can hold them, that whatever they want is basically right, and the God is going to give them the power to accomplish that. So this court system, the walls will come crumbling down, angels will come down, trumps will sound, and they're going to walk out in glowing halos. It's bizarre. It is truly bizarre, considering what they did to get to where they are now. But
it's just incredibly demented. I mean, I believe what you want to believe, and that is on you. But something like zombies.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my gosh.
It was crazy. So this is going to be interesting watching it play out in Chad's case next year as well, because these same elements are there, a lot of the same evidence. They were co-conspirators in this, and we've seen on this case that the defense basically wanted to say it was Chad. Chad did it all. It was his ideas. Lori was just, she was gullible and she went along, but Chad was the main player. And Chad's probably going to turn it the other way and say it was actually Lori. That's the only person he has to blame, right? And so they have to turn on each other to try to better their own situation. But really, they have. Well,
not only that, but he's going to try and blame Alex Cox too, who is no longer alive.
Yeah, it's convenient to have somebody dead that you can throw under the bus.
Right. But we've seen, granted, there are some things that we have not seen with Lori's case. Granted, we didn't really see a whole lot to begin with. I mean, the case itself was, I believe it was all audio only, and that was after the hearings were concluded for the afternoon. So, but there are a lot of things that did not come into Lori's case that will come into Chad's case.
Yeah.
And I'll see if I can't get some of those things, get my hands on some of those things I had before, but I'd have to find them again. And see if I can't get those posted in the appropriate places.
Crazy. Amber, thank you so much. Appreciate the insights as always. Drive safe. Get to wherever you're going.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, all right. We'll catch you later, Amber. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So as the judge is thinking this one over, taking a little bit of a break and allowing the people in court to take a little bit of a break, we'll be back for sort of round two from the other side. I think it'll be briefer, more brief. Is that a word? Did I make up a word that doesn't exist? Briefer. It will be brief. I guess you don't quite have to add an to it. And I would be super, super surprised if Lori does actually talk. Judge needs a siesta. He's put a lot of burden on himself on this one with the press, because he's forced the press to communicate with him, with the court, for everything they want. And when he shuts them down, they still have opportunities to ask and to appeal and to file things. So he's not just handled this court case, but there's also been, whole attorneys making appearances and motions on behalf of the press in this one. And so he's sort of had his plate full because of his own decision. Let's see. They had other people who were grooving to Chad's books and thinking, so yes, there were other believers. Yes, he did. He sort of had his own little following. Very, very interesting. Legal briefers. Thanks for that. Hey, we got Chandra on the phone. Hang on just one second.
Call from Chandra.
Hello, Chandra, one of our great mods. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Wonderful.
I just wanted to give sort of a PSA for those who will be purchasing their mugs today and offer a little bit of, maybe not comic, but relief.
Okay.
If you own a Keurig, the capacity for your mug will be one of the largest mug buttons plus one of the smallest mug buttons. And that will bring you to a capacity that holds cream and sugar.
There you go.
So that's how to use your mug with a Keurig.
You learn something new every day. Thank you so much, Sandra. I appreciate that.
You bet. Have a great day.
Thank you. We need to get a new mug made, actually. We're trying to get that put together, and I want it to be big like this, but
I'm living for it. I'm living for it.
I want purple, and so I'm looking for the big mug with purple.
When I got mine, the only color they had left was black.
Oh, no.
And I love it, but it's not very festive.
No, I think we've got all 5 colors back up there now, but...
yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And great advice
You're
for the
welcome.
Keurig owners.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chandra.
Okay, there you go.
We'll see you. Bye. So Kelly, Chad and Lori were reincarnated gods and untouchable, so saith them. It was all them that said that. And they had this bizarre, I think some of the doctrines were the doctrines of their own religion, because they took their religion and twisted it, because what they wanted to do was against their religion. Okay, where they started. So their goal of being together was not allowed because they were married to other people. And so they created this little fantasy world where they just said, oh, but we have multiple lives. And in other lives, previous lives, the two of us were these other people from history or from religious text, and they were together, so we're married then, and it's okay now. So the way they would twist this to completely be against what the very religion they claimed to profess was just bizarre. It was bizarre. Let's see. 3:16 a.m. in Australia. Couldn't miss Justice Live. Thank you, Lee. Good to have you here. Hopefully soon we'll have that result for you. I hate that you're going to be up all night, but wonderful to have you here. I'd like a mug with the goatee. Just the goatee, just like a goatee on the mug. Not like an actual one, but like a picture. We'll see what we can do. Let's see. Mug on the inside bottom. I have not found any vendors that will be able to print something on the inside of a mug for me. But I love the idea of doing that. Let's see, Golden Mare, are you sure in court again about 2 p.m. or was I thinking before that? They said half an hour. It's going to be before that. So about 1:30 my time. It's 1:15, 1:18. So we've got about 15 minutes, I think, left before they're back in court. You can watch right here. That's where we are, just waiting for the judge's Zoom to come live again. Don't forget about the storm. Oh, my goodness. There were so many parts of this video. The terminology they would use Okay. And realize we just came off a case here last week where Darren Lopez was charged with murder, and yeah, okay, it was bad. It was really bad. We had people emailing, texting, calling each other, and carrying on a long distance relationship that was adult in nature and in detail. Okay, so that was last week. That's where we're coming from right now, and it was so bad. There were times we had to not just mute the sound, but actually cut the video because we can't show the words that are being shown on the screen. We can't, it was so bad. But in Lori and Chad's case, they had their own little vernacular, their little code words for everything you can possibly imagine, and it was awful. You would gag yourself with a spoon if you read some of it. Can we have a mug with the different colors of the courthouses? That would be awesome. That would be really cool. I'll look at that. Have to go back in 12 minutes. Will someone message me on Discord when back? Ryan Applesnapple, thank you. Ryan is actually one of our court watchers. He's been in court for us on a previous trial, and he's possibly looking at going again if everything lines up on the upcoming one. So that will be exciting. We have some amazing true crime addicts out there that are really good at appearing in court and getting us information from inside the courtroom that isn't available on the live stream. At least not directly to me. So we need a red light to stare at. Oh, a red light mug. We could just, that is funny. That's a great idea. Let's see where else we have. Any other questions that I missed? The taco, that was my favorite. Yeah. I think we're good to, let's see, 2 of us in chat voted 25 to life for Darren. Yeah, I will tell you, I was, on that Darren case that we followed last week, I was in the minority. I was wrong, I'll tell you that much. And you know who was right? Ivan Victor was right. Ivan was right.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, you're on the phone right as we're talking about you. You heard your voice.
I just wanted to call and publicly gloat and take my victory lap.
Yeah, please. 2 or 3 laps is appropriate. Go ahead and rub it in. tell everyone why. We had a conversation while we were waiting for the verdict last week, and you called up, and I'm like, I'm not on the same page as you. This is going to be a light sentence. And you were completely adamant. You're like, hey, I think you're wrong on this one, all right? And you were right. I will admit this, and I've said this before. I reserve the right to be wrong again in the future. But,
amen to that. Don't we all? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've been a part of many different trials in many different ways, and the swiftness that they came back with their guilty verdict just told me they were just, the only thing they were figuring out was if, if he was going to be over 100 or not. That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, they were. I was thinking the other side, and you were absolutely right.
I'm interested to see if anybody's been able to do the math or like what the potential is for his actual time served, because I'm pretty sure they have some kind of, they're not like we are here. We're like the amount you're giving in. Like, so I know there is like. Or doesn't none of that matters? Like,
I think with Darren, they gave him about 62 years was the sentence from last week. He has the possibility of parole, and I think after about half his time, like 31 years, he'll get the chance of parole at that point.
Yeah, he's not going to make that. If this is what I'll say. I know that you and other people believe that he was just duped. I know that me and some others did not. If he really was duped, then I'm under the mindset that he really thought that they were going to go easy on him. Mm-hmm. And so the devastation of that alone, like, I think is just going to wear on him. Like, I would be shocked if he makes it to 65. I really would. Like, I just don't see it. So, we're in Florida again tomorrow?
We're going to be in Florida. The Microsoft executive murder is the case. It's another relationship. I mean, it's not like just the defendant and the victim knew each other, and they knew each other because they both at one point were married to the same lady. So you've got the ex-husband and the estranged current husband. The estranged current husband killed the ex-husband.
What's with these women getting their? What's with these women getting their exes whacked? What's that about?
I'm not sure if there's any allegation that she was involved that way, but this is going to be a true whodunit. It's not, we get some evidence. We have to decide if he actually is guilty or not. It's a setup.
Is there any evidence presented like that somebody else could be, or are we just left to believe it's him or some mysterious person?
Well, the guy that was killed was returning from picking up the kids or dropping off the kids at the exchange with the mom, and had his 2-year-old daughter in the car, and there's a tire in the middle of the road on this route. So he stops to move the tire and gets ambushed at that point. So it's like a setup.
That's the old tire in the road.
Yeah,
Rick.
the tire in the road. They weren't very creative, but it worked. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be starting tomorrow.
That's like a scene from The Sopranos almost. Like it's just like, oh well, we'll lure out the nice guy and then attack him and.
When I was a
but
kid,
the kid was in the car.
When I was a
How
kid,
old was
this
the kid?
kid was 2 years old. No harm to the kid. At least no
Can't
physical
really put
harm.
the kid on the stand though.
Yeah, but yeah, that was crazy. When I was a kid, there was a similar type tactic that was used in the neighborhood, and that's when you'd light the paper bag on the porch, and you'd have like doggy doo doo in it, and they'd come out and stop the fire, and then they'd be stepping in the doggy doo doo. That was like the worst.
Yeah.
But there was no like, and then we're waiting to ambush them after that. The doggy doo doo was the culmination of that whole prank.
Oh man, well that's added insult to injury. That's like getting beat up while you're naked. Like there's nothing, there's no greater humiliation.
I wouldn't know on that one, but I'll take your word for it, Ivan. That's
well, yeah, nothing worse than getting sacked in the mouth with no clothes on. Let me tell you. I mean, it's just it doesn't get worse than that. I'm telling you.
Awesome. Well, Ivan, you were right. Maybe we'll need to go to you for some predictions on this upcoming case as well. We're waiting for the judge to come back. Should be in just a minute or two. We'll proceed.
How long is the schedule for? Do we know?
He said half-hour break, but
No. I mean the case. I mean the new trial.
New trial might be a week or two. I'll have to look again at the schedule. I don't recall off the top of my head. It's not going to be super long.
Okay.
It's not going to be like a Darrell Brooks marathon.
Oh man, I'm seeing Pee Wee Herman die. Oh man.
What?
Paul Rubens dead.
Wow.
That's a bummer. All right, well, I bet you Pee Wee Herman's been in a brawl or two with no clothes on. Better he understands.
Ivan, you're breaking up. I'm going to have to let you go. Thanks, my friend.
Have a good day, guys.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man, Ivan. All right. Will the judge decide today or fate? Yes. That's what the hearing is today. The culmination of this hearing, she will know how long she's going to be spending in prison, or at least how long she'll be sentenced to. If you do a mug with a red light thingy, make it one with the light not lit, just to make it realistic, percentage-wise. What if we did this? What if we had the ability, and this is going above and beyond, what if you had the ability to have the light not lit, but when you put, say, a warm beverage inside, the light turns on or goes bright red? Is that an option? It's not going to be like electric, but it would actually, the dye changes color. You've seen some of those, right? The temperature changing cups. They would cost a fortune, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. There it is. DMB. I was just saying that as you were typing it, and now you're hearing it because there's a little delay, but trust me, I said it before you typed it. Sold. That would be cool. It's like the Rocky Mountains on the, what's that beer that has the mountains that appear when it's cold enough? It's that sort of thing, but in reverse. All right. Still no judge yet. I typed it a while back, but you missed it. Oh, so DMB, you're saying you said it first. It was your idea. All the good ideas come from my followers. You guys subscribers are much more witty than myself. Samantha Terry saying, if you want to research the upcoming trial, we're starting tomorrow. Microsoft Executive Murder. Everything can be found on Discord. And we would highly encourage anyone, if you like true crime and want a place where you can find all the documents, all the data, all the information, the calendars, and just a place where you can talk to people about different crimes that have occurred, and where it's going, what the status is, when it's going to happen, where you can watch it, things like that. Discord is the place to go. Discord is available. See this little command right here? That, oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. By typing this, anytime we're live in my live streams, if you type !Discord in your comment, it will respond with a link, and you can click on that link and go to the Discord page as the gavel drops. It's your source for everything true crime related. They're close to about 2,000 members over there on that Discord, and it is jam-packed full of documents. And not just, we're not talking old stuff. This is just current, all the current cases that are going on. The latest documents that have been filed in Brian Koberger's case, you're going to find those there. The latest filings in the Lori Vallow case, you're going to find those there. They have amazing document hounds. Highly recommend going over there and checking that out. It's awesome. It's well worth it. Let's see. Skylar Unsworth, YouTube Audits. Welcome. I haven't seen your name before. Welcome. Good to have you here. Lauren Farmer says, recovery addict, or have the red light not lit up on the outside of the mug, and in the bottom of the mug have the light lit up. So when the coffee is done, you see the red light. Timing is perfect. It's important. Oh, Dodie. This is something straight out of a horror movie. When I was driving home from work late one night, I stopped because there was a person lying on the road. I got out to look, and it was a dummy. This is how the movie starts. The person lying in the road, and you get out to, yeah. I'd be like, speed bump. Sorry, it's dark. I have good reason. Regarding the case for tomorrow, is this where the wife was the daughter of a very wealthy couple that started a crafting company? I think it was in home parties for scrapbooking. I haven't looked at the wife very much. I've just looked at the Microsoft side. Let's see. Can judge deny an appeal? Appeals are filed to the judge, and the judge has to rule on it. So yes, they can deny an appeal that way. Let's see, Kirby had a question, or Kibby, sorry. Long Island's Gilgo Beach murder suspect is due in court tomorrow. That'll be interesting. This is early on in the Lisk case. The Long Island serial killer, that case is most likely going to be years, like 3 to 4 years before it goes to court, unless for some reason he, pushes the right to a speedy trial, which usually is not in his best interest as a high-profile murderer. Cats like the ones Matthew Harris has, definitely. We could do that. He could teach me how that works. Do we know if or why or if Arizona is seeking death penalty? I mean, the Daybell's acts are so heinous. Cat and animal lover. I believe Arizona. First of all, Arizona has the death penalty. It's my understanding. I'm not sure if the charges they're pursuing have that as a punishment, an attached penalty. But it seems like it's going to be pretty close. They might. Scrapbooking murder. It's those little punches, those little shapes. They'll get you. Okay, we're back. We're back in court. The judge has just turned on the Zoom. Let's see if he returns to the bench here. Oh, Ivan just sent a super chat. Sorry, I missed the audio on that one. Somebody match me. Who is it? Love you, Ari. Thanks, Ivan. Appreciate the super chat, both this one and the previous one. Love that your name is in yellow there as well. Appreciate your continued support of the channel, and thanks for calling in as well. Yes, this is the one we're talking about.
Match.
Who was that? Chandra matched it. Thank you, Chandra. Appreciate your super chat as well. Great mod. Appreciate everything you do for the channel. Okay, we're ready.
Address subject matter jurisdiction?
No, Mr. Brooks, we're not going to do that today. Let's see. Let me see if I can take a look at Lori. She somehow managed to sit even further back than she did before. She's like melting. She seems to be lower. Before, when she looked like she could almost lean her head on her lawyer's shoulder, and now she's smaller or further back than before. You finally watched the case with the is not relevant soundbite. That's Judge Manning, and she doesn't like us to use her stuff. She's really protective of that, but she does. She says this.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Yeah, but that's what we named our podcast because we talk about stuff that's not relevant. Will Lori speak? Mbali, we actually did this poll earlier. We came back with 68% saying no, she would not speak. And I think they're probably right. We could do the poll again, but we had over 1,000 people in here when that happened. I reckon that the results will probably be the same. Francis Watts, I've been lurking in the East Idaho news chat on my iPad and watching RA on the TV. I know why I stay here. Oh, man. Love what East Idaho News does, though. On this case particularly with Lori Vallow, what they did, what they fought for, what they pushed for, their consistency in being there, and being a small channel. I mean, it's a huge expense even for a local channel to follow a trial like this, and them doing that just so well. It was awesome, and we all benefited because of that. Okay, Elizabeth Spencer, oh no, broke your foot. Hope you got feeling better. Had surgery, and then I broke my foot. Oh my goodness, it's a double whammy. I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. Let's see, hopefully the judge will make her stand for actual sentencing. She did stand, well, I guess it was stand to leave. I'm not sure if she stood to respect the judge as he was leaving, because they did say, all rise, but I'm not sure if she rose just to walk out or out of respect. So we'll see when the judge comes in if she stands up. Mrs. R.A., hey, I really lame without a courthouse. Could you make me blue? Mrs. R.A., this is actually my wife. Add as a moderator. Save. Boom.
Make Mrs. Ra a mod.
Okay, I did it. She's a mod. She actually, she didn't want to come on with her YouTube channel name, which is, mine's Recovery Addict. Hers is Homeschool Ground Zero. And so she built a different YouTube name so she can be Mrs. R.A. on my channel. And you can still find her on hers, though. If you like homeschooling, that's where it is. Little Miss, this is funny. She had to prove that she was the real Mrs. R.A. I kept missing the remarks, and she didn't warn me. She didn't tell me she was going to do this. and so I'm like, I'm not sure who did that. But it's funny, but I didn't think it was her. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas is my podcast partner. If you guys missed the podcast from Friday night, it is worth going back and watching. Even if you just watch the portion about recipes on tombstones, you will probably collapse laughing. It was that good. I mean, the laugh out loud, roll on floor laughing. That's literally what we were doing. It was so good. You guys are absolutely amazing. So creative with funny book names. Okay. Where's the judge? Everybody's waiting. It's just the judge we're waiting for. Samantha, thank you.
X3 face with tears of joy.
You guys are awesome. Appreciate your continued support. These are mods. These are people who are working on the channel day in and
Lori
day out.
Kinda giving off Leticia vibes today.
Yeah, I can see the Leticia. She's not doing the hair fort, right? So Daryl Brooks had the box fort that he sat behind, and Leticia did the hair, so she was hiding her face. I haven't seen the hair from Lori. There she is. She's standing, at least.
Match X3. We doing this LOL.
Who's doing this?
Thank you. Please be seated.
I'm going to have to turn off the audio on this.
LVD shrinking. Did someone throw water on her thinking face?
We're going to have to turn the audio off on the super chats for just a second. Who did I miss? The Match X3. 1 second. Tish, thank you so much.
Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. This is the sentencing hearing. We took a mid-morning break. The state concluded its sentencing recommendations, and the defense may now present theirs. The court would also thank everyone for complying with the conduct order in effect and not having any disturbances throughout the morning. I appreciate everyone continuing to comply with that order.
I'm actually
with that
surprised.
in mind, then Mr. Thomas, is the defense ready to present their recommendations?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can proceed.
Would the court prefer if I stand, or is it okay for me to sit, given the acoustics in the room?
I think it'd probably be better if you remain seated to pick up the recording on the record.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor,
Thanks, Kibby girl.
Some
First
20
super
years
chat.
ago, I was sworn into the bar and took a sacred oath to uphold the Constitution. And part of upholding that Constitution is making sure that the state meets their burden on criminal cases. They're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt every aspect of the case. And I used to be a prosecutor back in the day, 20 years ago. I understand the burden and I understand the weight that they carry. I enjoyed the job, but it was a bit of a commute. And after a couple of years, I found a job that was closer to home, gave me a little more opportunity to be with my family. And so
Why are we
I
hearing
took the job, but I was going to be a job as a public defender. And it was hard. I was torn because people would come to me and they would say, you know, how can you do that? How can you represent people that are charged with such horrible and terrible things? And so I went to my wife, one of my best and greatest counselors, and I said, what do you think of all this? And she told me, John, I don't think Jesus Christ was a prosecutor. He is our greatest advocate. And I sit beside Lori Vallow, and I hope and pray for words that he would have me say. And so I've reflected upon this day and this hour for a long time, several weeks. And the message that I think I need to tell the court and the recommendation that I need to give to the court regarding Ms. Vallow is a message of peace and love and joy and hope. First of all, peace. There are so many victims in this case. So many lives have been touched in the negative way. There is devastation and destruction surrounding this case. 3 deaths. And my heart aches. It truly does, as does the rest of my team, Jim and Brandon and all of our experts. We ache with the victims in this case. There's a lot of hurt surrounding this case, and not just the direct victims. As the court is well aware, there are cousins and uncles and aunts and people just in the general public who have been touched by this case. And that hurt can sometimes be manifest as hate. And I think that Lori Daybell is probably the most hated woman in America right now, and maybe in the world. But that hate will never bring closure to the victims. That hate will never bring about the healing to those who are hurt by this case. And hate will never bring about peace. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. So how do we stop the hurt and the pain and the loss? And I've heard from a number of people today who've talked about JJ never being able to reach his milestones or his 21st birthday, or we wouldn't know what Tylee was going to be when she grew up. We'll never see her playing in the front yard with her children. We'll never know. We'll never know what Tammy's students make of themselves as they grow up. But we need peace to replace the hurt. And that peace and that healing will only come about by love and compassion. And I hope that each person that's touched by this case, whether they're a family member or a friend or just someone who has followed this case from the beginning, I hope they can heal and find some semblance of peace again, because this world needs peace. Which brings me to love. And I think that's how we're going to get back to peace. And Lori, if she could speak to each one of those people who have been hurt by this case or been affected by this case in a negative way, her message would be one of love. Her motto is, love is the key. And Lori's a very misunderstood person. People that know her, and I mean really know her, get the chance to know her the way that I did, the way that her family knows her, they would know that she is about love. Now, Lori and I didn't always get along. Our team has had tension and frustration and a lot of misunderstanding. But overwhelmingly, an overarching concept behind Lori and everything that she says to us and everything that she does is love. So if you get to know Lori, you'd find that she's a very different person than she plays on TV. She's kind, she's loving, she's caring, she's very witty, she's insightful, she's smart. And if you talk to people that knew her prior to 2018, prior to this whole crazy series of events, you'll hear about a wonderful person who was active in her church, who was active in her community, who loved her children, very active in their lives. You'll hear people who talk about how great she was with their children in her church callings, in her neighborhood. She was a great mother to her kids. Her son, Colby, in fact, testified at trial that she was a great mother when he was growing up. She has redeeming values. Kay Woodcock sang her praises today, that Lori was a great mom and that Kay allowed JJ, Canaan, to be adopted by Lori and Charles. And there's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of misunderstanding about how this ultimately came to pass. And that's probably not going to change anytime soon. There will be a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of confusion for a while. This brings me to my last topic of healing, and that is of hope. So what is hope? Well, hope is defined as a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. So what do we want to happen in this case? I think the court is well aware of the 4 goals of sentencing pursuant to Idaho Code 1925-21. The first and foremost is the protection of society. The second most important is rehabilitation, and then deterrence of the individual and the public generally. And finally, the least important, according to statute, is that of punishment. Now, first-degree murder is first-degree murder, and conspiracy carries the same punishment. Under Title 18, 4004, and I quote, "The court shall impose a life sentence with a minimum period of confinement of not less than 10 years, during which the period of confinement of the offender shall not be eligible for parole or discharge or credit or reduction of sentence for good conduct, except for meritorious service." So those are the 2 guiding principles that we have to look at. and I know the court's well aware of this. This isn't necessarily for the court's edification. But I think we have to think about how are we going to heal the hurt and the pain and the devastation of this case with hope. How do we reconcile the four goals of sentencing in Idaho Code 1925-21 and the requirements of punishment in 184004 with hope? Well, we, and collectively I'm talking about the court, the prosecution, and the defense collectively, have saved the life of the defendant. I don't think the court, nor the prosecution, or the defense team should take credit or blame for the death penalty being taken off the table as a possible punishment. In my opinion, it was a collective effort, an effort that led to the court's decision. It was a necessary outcome to a series of events that no one person can be credited or blamed. We saved her life, and that is a win.
He's claiming the win.
That's a win for all humanity. So now what do we do? Court can, as the state requests, find a sentence appropriate of fixed life without parole. That certainly meets the protection of society and punishment, the first and last goals of sentencing. However, if the court so chooses, the court can also give the defendant a fixed term of years to serve in prison, followed by an indeterminate term of life. And after great deliberation and thought, we would ask the court to sentence Ms. Vallow Daybell to a 20-year fixed term with an indeterminate term of life. We believe that that meets all the goals of sentencing with an added bonus of hope. So why would we give the defendant any hope at all? Are we rewarding her? I don't think so. It's not about her. Giving her hope, it's for us. It's for everyone in this courtroom. It's for everyone watching on the internet. It's for everyone who's going to watch this on television.
John, we don't want it. We don't want the hope you're offering.
It's for everyone who lives and breathes outside the walls of prison. Her hope will benefit society. In our opinion, if you give her fixed life, you will have essentially thrown her away. She has no incentive to rehabilitate. There is no deterrent to her or anyone else. The punishment portion is final and all-encompassing. However, if we give her hope, we protect society by keeping her behind bars well into her 70s, but she has the incentive to be a model prisoner. She has the incentive to help those women that she interacts with in prison. And over time, she changes her behavior, her routines become habits, and she helps other inmates. She becomes a better person. And as these inmates interact with her, this better version of Lori Daybell, they become better people as they re-enter society. So without hope, the likelihood of success in reaching any of the goals of sentencing other than punishment is very low, if not non-existent. Your Honor, we live in the greatest country in the world. We can do this. We can't bring JJ back. He will never reach those milestones. We can't bring Tylee back. She'll never have children of her own. And we can't bring Tammy back. She'll never visit with her grandkids or teach a young student in the library or in her computer class. But we can try to bring others up who go to prison to a higher level than they are when they went in. And I think that's important. And I think that's a testament to JJ and to Tylee and to Tammy. I think that gives them something to carry on in the future. Forgetting about Lori Daybell is not the way that we're going to heal. Remembering JJ, remembering Tylee, remembering Tammy, and allowing Lori to be the best person that she can be in a prison setting, to help other people in that prison setting. That's how we're going to get the benefit out of Lori. The benefit to society of giving Lori Daybell hope far outweighs any detriment. And what do we have to lose by giving a woman in her 70s an opportunity to go before a parole board and to ask for release? There's not even any guarantee that she will be released in her 70s. But that hope is what's going to drive progress in this case. So in summation, we need to heal in order to have peace. Peace comes through love. Love is manifested in this case through hope. We ask the court to show mercy and look to the future. We ask the court for a 20-year fixed term plus life indeterminate, concurrent for all 5 counts of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We would ask the court to...
They want the minimum.
Give Lori Daybell a 14-year concurrent sentence for the grand theft to run concurrent with each one of the other charges. We can do this, Judge. We can move forward towards peace again and heal, which is what we really need to do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow.
All right, thank you for the recommendations, Mr. Thomas.
That was
All right, Ms.
absurd.
Vallow, before I impose sentence, if you choose, you may address the court. This is known as the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf or present any information in mitigation of the punishment for the crimes you've committed.
Anything
And let me
your lawyer
inquire at
says
this time, do you wish to address this court? All right, very well. You may make your statement.
She's doing it. Whoa.
I would like to start by quoting John from the New Testament in the Bible. In John chapter 8, verse 7, Jesus says, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." Then in verse 15, Jesus says, "Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true." Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor. I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body. because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven.
She's flipped. Including
my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles, and my grandparents. I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I've had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even manifested themselves to me. Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world. Because of my communications with my friend Tammy Daybell, I know that she is also very happy and extremely busy. I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and I'm homesick for it every single day. I know we all lived in heaven before we were born on earth, and we were all adult spirits in the heavenly realm. We chose to come to earth as mortals. Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine. I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body. Tylee has visited me. She is happy and very busy. Tylee is free now from all the pains of her life. Tylee suffered horrible physical pain her whole life. I sat with Tylee in the hospital year after year after year while she screamed in pain when the morphine wasn't even enough to take away the pain of her pancreatitis. I sat there while she cried and I held back her hair while she threw up. And I am the only person on this earth who knows how much Tylee suffered in her life. She had pain every single day. She never felt good. Her body did not work right. And I don't know if that was from complications from me dying while she was being born or something else, but she had a very difficult life. She was sexually abused by her own biological father since she was 3 years old, and she was forced by family court to go visit him for 10 years against her will. I fought for her in court. I protected her. I tried to protect her with my whole life. I tried to protect her. I worried about her every single day. Tylee had to get her GED because she couldn't go to school every day because she never felt good. She felt sick. Nobody knows this because Tylee, like myself, tries to put on a good front, tries to be a happy person, tries to have hope in life, tries to know that she's here for a purpose and that she has an eternal purpose to be on this earth. But I never stopped worrying about her. One of the times that Tylee came to me as a spirit after she died, She commanded me, and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. The first time JJ visited me after he passed away, he put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. I love you. And I know you loved me every minute of my life." JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit, and he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy, he is engaged, he has jobs that he does there, and he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone, and I adored him every minute of his life.
How is she ignoring the murder part?
My eternal friend, Tammy Daybell, has visited me on several occasions. She came to bring me peace and comfort, and I know that she is extremely busy helping her family, especially her children and grandchildren, and I have a great love for Tammy. My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
All right, Ms. Vallow, thank you for your comments to the court. Let me ask you at this time, Ms. Vallow, are you fully satisfied with the representation you've received from your attorneys throughout this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. She just completely ignored the fact that she ended those 3 lives. She says she hasn't done anything wrong, or JJ's spirit, adult spirit, told her she hadn't done anything wrong by killing him. And I guess it's all okay because they're busy in heaven.
Conclude then with my own review of the matter and then pronounce sentence. Ms. Vallow, based on the jury's verdict of guilty in this case, it is the judgment of this court that you're guilty of the following counts of the amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 7, grand theft. We've carefully reviewed the record of this case, beginning with your prior criminal history. Very notably, you're 50 years old. These are the first criminal convictions you've ever had. I will note, however, in addition to these convictions, you have 2 additional conspiracy to commit first-degree murder cases pending in Arizona. And it's somewhat incredible in this case that seeing you've gone from no criminal history in your life to now having been convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and you continue to face more additional counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in another state.
She started late, but she went big.
I've looked at the recommendations in the pre-sentence investigation report. It ultimately recommends a prison sentence stating, quote, incarceration under the custody of the Idaho Board of Correction. Normally, the court would have some additional information to rely on in fashioning its sentence, including the benefit of recommendations based on a gain evaluation, substance abuse report, mental health review, and other reports. However, you elected not to cooperate with the pre-sentence investigation. As I would note on page 23 of the pre-sentence investigation report, it states, quote, Lori Vallow Daybell intends to remain silent during the pre-sentence investigation process. She has the packet, but does not intend to answer any questions of evaluators or investigators. Quote, no attempts were made to complete the court-ordered screenings due to her refusal. I'm advising you that that was your choice to not cooperate in the pre-sentence investigation, but it left me without some additional information that potentially could have been mitigating in your case. And as I proceed with the sentencing, I'll note those deficiencies in the information I normally would have in a pre-sentence investigation report. As has been mentioned by both sides here, the court has to consider certain sentencing objectives when I sentence somebody, and these are set out in cases including State versus Toohill, which is a Court of Appeals case, 103 Idaho 565, and it's been adopted by our Supreme Court as well. And I have to consider for main objectives, number one, the protection of society, which is the primary objective. 2, deterrence of the individual and public generally. 3, possibility of rehabilitation. And 4, punishment or retribution for wrongdoing. That case states, moreover, it's clear as a matter of policy in Idaho, the primary consideration is the good order and protection of society. All other factors must be subservient to that end. I've also reviewed and considered the criteria set forth in an Idaho statute, 1925-21, on the question of whether or not you should be confined to prison and to what extent. And that statute sets out a variety of factors I have to consider in weighing whether a long prison term here would be appropriate. Some of the attorneys cited already to some of the provisions of that statute. And again, it talks about the primary consideration of the protection of society, and also talks about the impact on the victim, the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, and deterrence are also to be considered. There are some factors laid out in that statute that are not necessarily controlling, but weigh in favor against either imprisonment, or in this case where imprisonment's required, an extensive imprisonment term. Some of those factors under Part 2 of this statute is the defendant's criminal conduct neither caused nor threatened harm, which is clearly not the case here. That the defendant did not contemplate the conduct would cause or threaten harm. Again, that would not apply here. The defendant's criminogenic needs indicate the defendant will benefit from supervision and treatment in the community. That's unavailable, as community treatment can't occur with a minimum prison sentence required here. Another factor, were there substantial grounds tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense. I don't find those apply given the facts of this case. Other factors, the victim of the defendant's criminal conduct induced or facilitated the commission of the crime. That did not occur here.
So no mitigating
Another
factors.
part talks about compensation, which I don't find would be appropriate here other than on the grand theft charge. Part G, the defendant has no history of prior delinquency or criminal activity, or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time before the commission of the present crime.
So that applies.
That is the single most mitigating factor I see in this case. Again, it's unbelievable that at your age you have no prior criminal history, and now you sit here convicted of the most serious of charges. I also have to consider whether the criminal conduct was the result of circumstances unlikely to recur. Based on the evidence in this case, and in particular, considering the statement you just made to the court, I find it weighs against me finding in mitigation for that factor. And then finally, the character and attitudes of the defendant indicate the commission of another crime is unlikely, or the defendant demonstrates amenability to treatment. So those are the mitigating factors. Then in aggravation, we have more factors to consider. Is there an undue risk that during the period of a suspended sentence or probation, the defendant would commit another crime harmful to another person? Would a lesser sentence depreciate the seriousness of the defendant's crime? Will imprisonment provide appropriate punishment and deterrent to the defendant? Will imprisonment provide an appropriate deterrent for other persons in the community? And a factor that would not apply here is the defendant a multiple offender or professional criminal. I don't have an LSI score, which is one value I can look at to help determine whether or not you'd be likely to reoffend. I don't have that because you wouldn't cooperate with the report. So considering here that you've lived a law-abiding life and for a long time, you were obviously a good mother, sister, daughter, and friend to many people. I have to take that into account. You've served a very long time of local jail, over 1,200 days, and the report is you've been a great inmate, never caused a problem for anyone in the jail. And you should be commended for that. And that also shows that you are capable of that. I believe your counsel when they tell me you're an intelligent person. Up until all these events began to transpire, you've achieved goals in your life, you've done important things in your life. And I'd note that despite some of the comments here today, I have found that during my interactions with you throughout this long case, including your trial, you've been respectful of the court. Do we know what this beeping is that keeps going off? Sorry. All right, the court will next consider, and I think it must be considered in mitigation, that you do have mental health issues. I've dealt with those throughout the context of this case where there were commitment proceedings. I've reviewed those reports and have that personal information from having gone through the determinations of whether or not you were competent or fit to stand trial. The most current diagnosis the court has is from Dr. Watson, and from February of this year states you suffer from, and I'll quote, delusional disorder, mixed type with bizarre content and hyper-religiosity, continuous and unspecified personality disorder with histrionic and narcissistic features. So obviously a very complex diagnosis that's been made here. Whether or not that can or how it would be treated, I think by all accounts is unknown at this time. I've reviewed your personal history, including statements from your own immediate family members, and it's clear that something radically changed in you that led you to where you are today. In a statement made in the pre-sentence investigation report, your mother stated it perhaps best and said that you are not now, quote, the person she knew. The record in this case, including all the evidence I observed during the jury trial, indicates that if it wasn't already occurring, that this relationship with the co-defendant seemed to be a catalyst for the change. At this point, I'll note that I will not be making comments on any other co-defendants in this case, as your co-defendant is currently presumed innocent and awaiting trial. In sum, there are significant mitigating factors the court has to consider here when I consider you and your life as a whole, and that does make the case difficult. Typically, when I see somebody to be sentenced and they don't have a prior criminal history, they're given opportunities to first prove themselves on probation or avoid a lengthy term of incarceration. However, of course, some crimes are so serious that even with mitigation, there is no other reasonable option except for a prison term and a long prison term. And sadly, you've been convicted of and have committed the most serious crimes possible, and those crimes also require an equally serious punishment. So this is the part where I will consider what I think are the factors in aggravation. I went through those factors in the statute that I look at, and as I'll explain, I find that 5 of those factors weigh against you and in favor of a lengthy period of imprisonment. First, the case itself. I'll discuss that. There was a lot of pretrial litigation in the case. You decided to take your case to a jury trial. I will state and emphasize that I firmly believe it's the right of every person in our country to exercise their right to a jury trial, and they're afforded the full due process of the law. It's been somewhat disheartening to me to realize that there are many people who think that they can predetermine a case and somebody shouldn't be afforded their full rights of due process before they are convicted of a crime. Well, I didn't make all of the rules that govern criminal cases, but I took an oath to uphold the rules that are there. And I make every effort to ensure that people's due process is protected, because that's an important duty of mine. Everyone has a right to be presumed innocent, and everyone in a criminal case does have a right to a jury trial. Sometimes I feel like maybe too many cases settle, and there should be more trials because it's a right people are entitled to exercise. You exercise that right, and I in no way hold it against you that you decided to have your case determined by a jury. That's your right, and it does not impact or influence my decision in sentencing. Before trial, I did not delve into all of the evidence or facts of this case and only address those when necessary to make rulings on motions, because I wanted to keep objective through the proceedings and remain impartial. You were afforded all of your due process in this case, and ultimately, after presentation of the evidence, a jury did find you guilty on all counts. I bring that up now because when there is a trial, I learn and see all of the facts along with the jurors. And that's a different scenario than when someone enters a plea and I'm only allowing argument in a sentencing and not sitting through the evidence as I did here. Having considered all of the evidence that I saw at trial along with the jurors, it's been a difficult task for me to narrow down and articulate all of the aggravating factors, because really there are so many here. Murder is the most serious offense. And the most unimaginable type of murder is to have a mother murdering her own children, and that's exactly what you did. You were involved in and guilty of conspiring to murder another group of children's mother, Tammy Daybell, who had children of her own. And despite the jury convicting you with overwhelming evidence, you still sit here before the court today and said you didn't do it. You came here to East Idaho, where I've spent my life, and moved here from another place already with plans in progress to make your children disappear. The evidence bore that out at trial. You removed your children from their home in Arizona, alienated them from friends and family, got rid of JJ's service dog. You moved to Rexburg, a community where you could find 1,000 random families to take your children, and you brought them here to murder them. You had so many other options. You could have gotten divorced. You could have found someone to take care of those kids. But as the state was able to prove at trial, you chose the most evil and destructive path possible. You killed those children, according to the state's theory, and I believe it, to remove them as obstacles and to profit financially. You justified all of this by going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole, and clearly you are still down there.
Wade.
While you were enjoying your new life in Hawaii, countless law enforcement officers, family members, and volunteers were searching for your children. And I don't think to this day you have any remorse for the effort and heartache you caused for others who looked for your children when you knew where they were and knew they were dead. They were found dead, burned, mutilated, and dismembered, and buried like animals. After you knew they were dead, you collected public-funded assistance payments meant for them, and that was blood money you kept for yourself. And that's the grand theft charge you've been convicted of. Your sister, your son talked to you, begged with you while you were in the jail during phone calls I heard at trial. And those were very sad and difficult calls to hear. And you didn't provide any assistance or comfort to them. During the trial, when the evidence came out about how these children were found and the state they were in, you wanted to be excused and not have to watch the evidence, and were fine to let all the other people in the courtroom, including the jurors, have to bear through that. However, I ruled that you did have to sit and watch and see the result of your heinous crimes. The jurors in your case fulfilled their duty admirably. All 18 jurors we had, because we had alternates, went through the entire trial and faithfully fulfilled all their obligations and all the instructions. So we were able to get impartial jurors who weren't already tainted by pretrial publicity to decide your case. And I do thank the jurors publicly for the service they rendered. Those jurors I noted during the trial were very good at keeping their emotions in check and keeping stone-faced as they're supposed to do and be objective until the case is done and submitted. However, I did note at certain times during the trial, such as when there were videos and pictures shown of you in Hawaii at this time frame when JJ and Tylee were lying in shallow graves, the disgust on the faces of those jurors was evident, and shocking revelations about what happened here just kept coming through the trial. The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review, and there's images that I will never get out of my mind, and I'm just looking at the pictures. Law enforcement officers who had to deal with the aftermath of what you did, I'm sure were traumatized. And I know it was traumatic as well for the jurors who had to sit through and see the photographs of these dead and mutilated and buried children. For those people who loved and cared about JJ and Tylee and Tammy Daybell, to have to see those photographs of them through trial of their dead and desecrated bodies must have been devastating. Tammy Daybell was murdered as a result of your conspiracy. She was, by all accounts, a healthy, happy mother and wife through a lot of her life. And you were out shopping for wedding rings to marry her husband while she was still alive. You were planning a wedding to her husband while she was still alive. You haven't shown any remorse for any of those actions. And she ended up being murdered, buried, had to be disinterred later so an autopsy could be performed in order to prove the evidence of what you had done. She didn't deserve any of that. You took her life away. You destroyed that family, fractured it to the point where, in the information I've had through the PSI, there are relationships that will probably never be mended that have rippled as a result of what's happened. JJ and Tylee, of course, 7 years old, 16 years old, were separate people whose lives were cut way too short because of you. Never got to grow up and be adults. The family and friends who have provided their impact statements, of course, have stated it better than I could about who they were. And it is a loss for everyone that you took them away from this world. And it is the most shocking thing, really, I can imagine, is that a mother killed her own children and you simply have no remorse for it. Even sitting here today, there's no remorse for what you did. After all of this evidence through trial, you haven't shown any remorse. You haven't said you're sorry. You haven't done anything to seek leniency from this court. There's been a lot of people during trial and here who have explained the devastation you're responsible for, and you've forever altered the lives, not in a good way, for many, many people, destroying family relationships, taking people away that were loved, cared for, and needed. You may not believe to this day that you've done anything wrong, and you still may think you're justified by your religious beliefs for what happened here. I'm not here to judge that, but I don't believe that any God in any religion would want to have this happen, what happened here. And your crimes are heinous and egregious, and that alone can constitute a major aggravating factor that requires me to impose a serious length of incarceration. So after weighing all those factors, I need to in aggravation, I find that the sentences I'm about to impose will serve the interest of justice by, number one, preventing you from ever doing this again, that they will not depreciate the seriousness of your crimes, will punish you appropriately, and will serve to deter both you and others. So that concludes the aggravating factors the court considered. At this time, then, I am prepared to pronounce sentence.
Ever stand.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Archibald, and the defendant, would you please rise for the pronouncement of sentence?
Good. We're going to zoom in on her.
Based on all the relevant circumstances, including the evidence and recommendations presented in court today, it's the judgment of this court. Ms. Vallow, you'll be sentenced as follows. I'll first note I'm going to take up the counts out of order as I want to address the substantive murder sentences first. So on count 2, the charge you were convicted of, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence of fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole.
Boom.
On count 4, the charge of the first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate life imprisonment sentence with no possibility of parole. I'll next address the 3 conspiracy counts you've been convicted of, and note under Idaho Code 18-1701, the punishment for those crimes is the same as the underlying offenses you combined to commit. One of the offenses you combined to commit was first-degree murder, so those may be punishable also by imprisonment for life. When I look at what the appropriate sentences should be for the conspiracy charges, at first I wondered if they should be as long of a term or serious as the substantive murder charges. However, what I've concluded is that these conspiracy convictions merit the same grave punishment for several reasons. First, the conspiracies in which you engaged in have had far-reaching impacts on many people besides the deceased victims. And with what the court's heard, I am convinced that the conspiracy charges also merit the same serious sentence. So on count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. On count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. And on count 5, the conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Finally, the court will address count 7, which is the charge of grand theft. On that charge, court is going to sentence you to a fixed determinate term of 5 years of prison, followed by an indeterminate term of 5 years of prison for a total 10-year term of imprisonment on the grand theft. Court will next consider whether sentences should be imposed consecutively or concurrently. I generally don't, I'm a pragmatic person, and I've struggled with the point of a consecutive sentence when in Idaho, a life sentence is just that, a life sentence without parole. And I've thought it through. However, when I looked at this case and the more I thought about it, I've determined that because there are 3 separate murders with 3 separate victims that occurred at 3 separate times, then running counts concurrently would not serve the interests of justice, because those crimes all need to be taken into account separately and distinctly and individually. And you need to be held accountable separately for each of the 3 murders. So on those counts, the court will run consecutively the count 2 murder of Tylee Ryan, consecutive to count 4, the murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, and count 5 will run consecutive to count 2 and 4, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. So 3 consecutive life terms of prison. The remaining counts will be concurrent to the counts that are consecutive. The court will impose fines as requested by the state in the amount of $25,000 for all counts except the grand theft. On the grand theft, the fine will be in the amount of $1,000. The court will assess the civil penalty that was requested, and I find it's appropriate under Idaho Code 195307 of $5,000 per victim on each of the 3 victims as a civil penalty. And then finally, the restitution, which was requested by the state. Mr. Wood, if you could reiterate that number, $22,000 of what the restitution term is. And I want to inquire if there's any other restitution being sought by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I said $22,545. And the state would ask for an additional 30 days to submit any further restitution for the victims, living victims who have been deemed as such by this court. The court will assess that restitution on the grand theft charge of $22,545 as shown through the evidence at trial. And the court will allow 30 days for additional restitution requests, but that will be waived if it's not submitted timely. That'll conclude the court's sentencing on the charges. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions on the sentence?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, counsel, before we conclude, and Ms. Vallow, importantly, I need to advise you of the rights you have now. You do have the right to appeal to the Idaho Supreme Court from this judgment of conviction, and you have a right to be represented by an attorney if you appeal. You're also advised if you can't afford an attorney, an attorney will be appointed for you at public expense, and you only have 42 days to file an appeal. You also have the right to seek relief from my judgment under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. You have 120 days to file that motion if you believe a correction or reduction of this sentence is appropriate because it was either illegal or too harsh. And finally, you may also have rights to seek relief under the Idaho Uniform Post-Conviction Relief Act. Those actions have to be filed within 1 year from the day your right to appeal expires. Do you understand those appellate rights? All right, she acknowledged yes. The defendant will be required to submit DNA samples upon remand to the Idaho Department of Corrections. I'll ask the attorneys to please turn in any copies of the pre-sentence investigation reports or addenda so those can be kept in confidence and additional copies will be destroyed. And Ms. Vallow Daybell, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the Sheriff of Fremont County to be delivered to the proper authorities of the Idaho Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence.
Bailiffs are moving.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That'll conclude our sentencing hearing.
That's it. She's got her speech with her. And we just lost the feed. They cut it. They cut it. Wow. That was correct me if I'm wrong, on when the state was asking for the consecutive, there was one they said that they wanted the 2 children's sentences the sentences for the 2 children's murders to serve consecutively. They would be served together, and then concurrently, and then the other consecutive. But the judge gave them all consecutive, which was huge. That was a roller coaster. Well done, Judge Boyce. Yes, everything except for the camera work and the zoom. That was a problem. We'll fix that, though. Hopefully we can get it better for the next one. Let's see. Mr. Upper Torso says, fun fact, Son of Sam laws, these are the laws that prevent people from
Decided that under the
profiting.
circumstances.
Sorry, we just got Darrell Brooks and Judge Darrow by default. I've watched so much of that. That just goes to him every time. Son of Sam laws don't silence a defendant from writing books or having paid interviews. That goes up against the First Amendment, but any profit over $10K is subject to civil claims by victims. Yeah, and those Son of Sam laws have been challenged quite a bit because of that First Amendment. And it's very difficult to keep someone from profiting at all from that after a crime. Do you think Arizona will even try her? Yes, I think they will. Your YouTube algorithm is whack. Only DB. I know, but that's where we started. So, wow. Thoughts, feelings? Will there be a press conference? I don't know if defense will. He went up there and said, I'm taking this symbolic win in the defense because we saved her life. We saved her life by avoiding the death penalty, and that's a win for all of society. I realize there are some people that are against the death penalty, okay, and that's not what I want to discuss right now. He didn't win that. It was literally a penalty on the prosecution. This wasn't a motion he filed, a carefully crafted motion and an argument that he built up and presented before the judge and with counsel to convince the judge that this was not appropriate in this case. It was not a win. He got lucky. Prosecution screwed up, and the judge says, I have to punish the prosecution, and the thing we're going to do is take the death penalty off the table. And that's his win. So I guess, whatever helps him sleep at night. Yeah, wow. Let's see, prosecutors wanted consecutive for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, 2 concurrent for conspiracy. Okay, so then they got what they asked for then. Will Chad take a plea now that the book was thrown at Lori? No, I don't think he will. I believe Chad is the same as Lori as far as his mindset. I believe it was hard to tell. It was easier to see on my screen, but there were times where you could see Lori was looking at the judge, and other times she was looking like up and to the left of the court, which is just a vacant space in the room, and that's when her mouth was moving. So she was talking to somebody that none of us can see. She's just out there. Chad's going to blame Lori, throw her under the bus. The whole thing. Man, I was not expecting her to testify. I really didn't. But man, she sure did herself a disservice with her lawyer first comes out, and instead of saying any good things about Lori in his closing or in his argument, he instead just preaches to the world about the wrongs of of capital punishment and how much we the people, the victims, need this hope of Lori getting out. I don't know how he twisted that to be the victims need her to be able to be released one day so that they can heal. Excuse me? Squeeze me? Yeah, it was no good. Yeah, that's a rough one. It's nap time. Okay, that concludes the hearing with Lori. There probably will be some motions. I'm sure she's going to try to file some appeals, and those will work their way through. I don't think they have grounds on anything. There's nothing that stands out to me as like that's a blatant error on this part, and that she deserves a retrial. But they probably will go through those processes. But it looks like she's going to spend the rest of her life in prison in Idaho, where life is life. It's not half your life or after 20 years or something like that. And she probably will still go to Arizona and be rented out down there to the to the court down there. They'll just transfer her briefly for her trial, and then she'll get sent back to Idaho to serve her time, I think. It was a sermon, not a statement. I'm convinced Lori wrote it. It sounded very much like Lori. It sounded a lot like what she'd said, some of the emails and things we'd heard during the court case. That was her voice for sure. Weirdest you ever saw? It's pretty far out there. No other channel did live close-ups. Thank you. AJ, you know, I do what I can. I try to make it a little better for you guys. Obviously, the image we were basing it from was a little grainy, so it was hard to do that. We got through with y'all. Way easier to do this with you than by ourselves. Thank you. This community is fabulous for that, Tish. All right, tomorrow we're going to start a new trial. We're going to be in Florida for the Microsoft executive murder trial. This is going to be a fun one. It's going to be interesting to watch. I think I'm really excited about it. It's going to be interesting. It's back to just straight murder. Okay, we've had so many bizarre trials one after another here that it's good to get back just to a straight good old whodunit murder trial, and that's what we're going to have. So no children that were injured in this case that we're picking up. No SA that I'm aware of in this case. There might be something because there's some relationship stuff involved here, but we think it's going to be pretty clean and just a good one to get back to. Straight murder. That's what we like, right? All of us here at the true crime community, we have a soft spot in our heart for a good old murder trial, and that's what we're going to have next. Starting tomorrow. So thank you very much. Appreciate everyone who's here. If you like what you saw today and you would like to see more of it, I'd ask that you please consider clicking the subscribe button and ringing the bell and joining us and this community, which is a fun community to watch true crime with. We're generally friends first before everything else. So even though many of us have things that are not in common or differences between us, we focus on the things we have in common as we watch trial together and just get along with each other. And any discussions we have and disagreements, we do so in a respectful way. So I'd like you to join us and be part of that. As you can see, we have a very giving community who gifts memberships constantly. As Liven just gifted one right here. That one went, let's see, who got that one? That one went to GMD. Congratulations. But I'd love for you to become a part of it. We'd like to see this community grow, and we'd like to get to know you as we have so many people. If you see with the yellow courthouses like Sharon here beside their name, they've been here for 6-7 months with the channel, which is how long we've been here. So it's awesome. We'd love to have you join us. It's a fun community, and I think you'll find that you belong and you've got a lot of friends here. So thank you very much. I appreciate you guys being here and for making this community what it is. We're going to play a little bit of music. Let's see. Take a look at the case I sent you to the burner phone, says Debbie. I will do that, Debbie. I'll take a look here as soon as we're done. It's time right now to wrap up. And in light of some of the things we've heard today, it's more than just a closing line. Please, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love. Smile at someone and make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. It'll be tomorrow. I think it's starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. If you want to join us, we would love to have you here. It's going to be a lot of fun. First person in chat always wins the internet. So if you would like to go for that, please do so. First person, all you have to do is comment and be the first person in chat to do it, and we'll recognize you for your fantastic win. Let's see. I think that's it. I think that's everything. I've got to call the AC guys and get that fixed. I've got the number right here. I was supposed to call them this morning, but then this happened. So thanks, RA and RA's wife. It was good to have her here. Wonderful. Have a good Monday. See y'all tomorrow. It's going to be great. 8:30 Eastern Time is when we start tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. If you want to watch something lighthearted, if this was a little too heavy for you and want a happy end to today, go watch our podcast. Go watch the podcast on this channel. It's the Not Relevant Podcast. It's a live stream we did Friday night. The last video, it was absolutely a blast. Your sides will ache from laughing. It is that good. I encourage that. Watch a couple of the shorts that Cashette has put together for the channel. She's done a great job on that. I want to give a big thank you to all the mods and the great way they help shape the conversation here, where it's nice and fun. I've got kids. I've got a dog under my feet. I didn't do it. Zoe's here, so you guys have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye.